not going to sit on the starting soon screen for a bit because we're just going to hang out here for a few minutes. Because there's a cat in front of me already. And I need to stall for time. Right, good boy? Yeah. So, we're going to get to Narcissus today, hopefully. I feel like this is dragging on. But, yeah, we're still not in Narcissus. Well, we were taking the scenic route. But I want to actually get to Narcissus. We became a vampire yesterday, so it should... Or last time, so it should be... We should be quicker. On the way. Right, Weeds? Yeah. Good boy. I think we should just go south, follow the river, and get into the Narcissus territory, and then just sort of do like a loop around the city and explore that area instead of doing like a crisscross on the way down. Right, good boy? So you're just gonna sit here all day, or what? Oh, he's cleaning himself. I think he's getting ready to lay down. What? 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 I don't know if you want to do rubs or if you want to bite me. The duality of cat.
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have prepared
Do
a
high
place
five?
for you.
High five. Nope. He looks grumpy. Thank you, that Bartus. Any plans on Variety Day? I don't know. Variety Day is variable in nature. Whether it occurs or not is up to my own whims. So yeah, the plan was to do like a kind of come this way and then go this way. But I think now we just want to go this way. We just want to go south. But our vampirism makes us quick. Uh-oh. We also have the orc axe. So we basically can't miss. I'm a Daedra. I'm a vampire. Are vampires Daedra? Could they be like, or are they like Daedra adjacent? This is an interesting little camp. We're also doing a lot with the crossbow. Trying to level up marksmanship. Uh-oh. Yeah, we're fine. I don't know how much damage that did because there's a cat's head in front of my health bar. Have I played Kingdom Come Deliverance? I have not. I should. No, don't lay on the keyboard. Ah. He always tries to lay right on the F9 key. Right, good boy? Yeah. I don't know why you thought I had a rifle for a second. It's a medieval rifle. Yeah. You know, it's kind of funny. Even though the Ashlands are very nondescript, I feel like the Tamriel rebuilt ones still feel unique. Interesting how they managed to do that. I'm going the wrong way. I rebound quick save and quick load to C and V respectively. Yeah, I probably should rebind quick load. But I have quick save on my mouse, so I could just with my thumb. I don't know why I had to show you. It's not like you could have seen me click. Is jumping faster than running? It depends on your acrobatics level. Right now, it seems to be pretty even. I think that's because our acrobatics is... Our athletics is 104. And our acrobatics is 58. So they're pretty similar. But acrobatics... Well, like, if you take acrobatics and athletics as majors, just say, or rather, let's just say they're both the same. Acrobatics is probably going to level up faster if you jump everywhere than athletics if you run everywhere. Just because athletics takes a while to level up for some reason. And you could also kind of cheese some of the jumping. So if you find like a slope, you can spam the space bar and jump really fast. And each time you jump, you get XP. I think you also get more XP if you take damage when you fall. That might be Oblivion. Now, let's see. Where's our acrobatics? 76, so you jump once. Still 76. 77. You get XP for fall damage. Yeah, but I wonder if it's more XP, depending on how much... Like, if it scales, or if it's just you took fall damage, so here's your XP. Yeah, you get more for taking fall damage than for just jumping. I wonder if more damage does more XP, or if it's just a flat rate. Are vampires stealth or magic archetypes? Well, in Morrowind, there are different archetypes for different... Or there are different vampire clans for each archetype. There are stealth vampires, there are magic vampires, and there are warrior vampires. I believe right now we're one of the stealth vampires. That's who infected us. Wonder if it's possible to gain 100 acrobatics from a fall instantly. I don't think so, because I think the most XP you could get is 1 level's worth. Like, I don't think it spills over. What was that? What did I just hear? What was that Minecraft cave noise? Yeah, I don't know what that was. Was it Bysandrian? Or not Bysandrian, was it this place? It wasn't Bysandrian. Why did I say Bysandrian? No, we're not dealing with these guys. We're not dealing with Bonewalkers. You just hit them? Damn it. What things do I have? Nothing particularly interesting. You're gonna make me use Berserk? Wait. Oh, there we go. Surely berserk with this axe should mean I never miss. God damn it. They're bullying me. That's the problem with low agility, is that you get knocked down and then the bone walkers can obliterate you. Oh, god damn it. See if we can find that sound again. Thank goodness those guys didn't make it to Oblivion or Skyrim. I wonder if they were in Oblivion and Skyrim, I wonder how they would work. Like, what would their strength damage thing translate to? I mean, in Oblivion it would just be damage strength, but I wonder in Skyrim what it would be like. I wonder why the Ordinators were so aggressive. Why they attacked us immediately. Did they think we were a Daedra worshipper? The temple hates vampires, but they don't know I'm a vampire. Because I got Namira's thing on. Ooh, excuse me. Also, I feel like everybody hates vampires. It's not uniquely a temple thing. Am I gonna hear that sound again? Nope. Oh, we leveled up. Yeah, pointing to luck. I'm gonna outrun my bolt. Damn it. You know what actually might be useful here? Get him. Yeah, she'll distract the bone walkers. Damn it. No, stop. It's the problem with having zero agility. Oh no. they locked her in place. Whoops. Well. Oop. Jeez, squeeze, what was that? I touched him weird and he got mad. Even though I was just trying to press something on the keyboard. Do I even have restore strength anything? I do. Probably not enough. I have an idea. Oh, because there's vampires here. There's dead vampires. Ah, shit. Oh, they're fighting vampires. Pardon me. Oh, are we the same? We must be the same clan. These must be burn vampires. Just a Dremora just hanging out. Baron Dreth. That's where we are. Oh, I think there's 6th house stuff down here, maybe. Vermi. Just hanging out. Little Cloverfield dudes. They're jail cells, I guess? Oh, no. Okay, I regret letting him out. If you vampire, why no sun damage? Because Namira's Shroud. But somehow Namira's Shroud doesn't protect us from being viewed as a vampire. Okay, this wall has no blocking. There's no escape, he says. Or never mind. As I run away. Okay, so this place is very stressful. Oh. Oh, damn it all. Okay, so we have the index for one of these places. I guess I forgot. If there were different types of vampires in TR, well, you're in luck. Because there are. We just happen to become a burn. But this axe, this is an Orlok vampire axe. The Orlok vampires are like orc vampires. They're very orc-focused, sort of. I don't know what bonuses they get, but I think one is they get medium armor instead of heavy and light, or unarmored. I think they're supposed to be like the almost barbarian archetype. Like somewhere between rogue, somewhere between thief and warrior. Ah, plant life. Looks like a butt. I do wonder if we weren't a vampire, if they'd attack us. We should be a hampire. So would a hampire be like a wereboar, or would it be like a gerbil? Which kind of what kind of ham are we talking about? Hello, Ratifix. I was thinking like a cooked ham. Hmm. So you're a pig vampire. The ceremonial bong.
Whatever you're looking for, I'm sure I don't know how to find it.
Oh, tiny yards. Imagine if there was a village in Tamriel where vampires lived and they were cool. It's a thing. That wouldn't surprise me. Vampires just want to be left alone. Descend. You melt in water instead of sun damage. Isn't that just, Elphaba? Is that how you say it? You just melt in water. I don't know if the Wicked one is like that, but the Wicked Witch of the West. Which is such a weird weakness. Being weak to water. Is that supposed to be... Is that supposed to be a metaphor? Are there anti-vampires in fantasy that are weak to the moon, but fine in sunlight? Weak to the moon. I don't know, a lot of those creatures get their power under moonlight. Like, it would obviously be some sort of Fae thing, and the Fae seem to like the moonlight. I don't know, that's an interesting question. I'm sure there is. Something that's... Maybe a plant monster? Where rather, they're not weak to moonlight, but they're weak to not sunlight. Yeah, what's a fantasy creature that needs sunlight? Superman? Superman needs sun? A tree? Yeah, but trees are real. Thinking something that has to hide at night. Humans? Well, no, we could still function at night. I'm thinking something, yeah, so something that's as weak to nighttime as vampires are to daytime. Or something like gargoyles, where they turn to stone during the day. But instead they turn to stone at night. Tolkien's trolls? I have no idea. Do they... Stop raining. Oh my god, it stopped raining, that started again. Do Tolkien's trolls turn to stone at night? Oh, and they're not a queen. Regicide? Nah. Have I missed anything yet with the axe? Or, no, nice axe. Must have missed you getting it. Yeah, we got it last time. When we assaulted the Orlok vampires. And acquired said axe. No, stop it. Okay, I think we've made it to Grasping Fortunes area, right? Yeah. You could tell because of the way it is. Turn down the footsteps a little bit. But we're not going to go straight to Narcissus. We want to do like a little bit of exploration. So we're going to like corkscrew around. See what we could find. Just step in Narcissus. Okay, stream's done. Just 20 minutes. The Tabiash egg mine. No, it's just a regular egg mine. Trolls have silicone-based brains in Discworld, and heat makes them too stupid to move. So they're weak to... So they can only come out at night. Right. So, but I'm thinking about the inverse. What happened here? Don't the Redoran houses look like... They look like if Birdo were from Majora's Mask. All melted. Titans from Attack on Titan. Yeah. 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 It's a weird trait. Why do they have that trait? I feel like that's something that like was brought up once and then they never really talked about it again. Like it never matters.
I suppose you're looking for a tavern. I'm sure I can't help you.
What are you doing? I uphold the house law. Blah, blah, blah. Move along. Okay then. Does Tess take any inspiration from Legend of Zelda games? Oh, they must. I feel like any game made at post Legend of Zelda has to take inspiration from them in some way. But I don't know about... When did Majora's Mask come out? Only watched up to season 2, and I recall one night where it's a full moon and the Titans are still active. Yeah, but it like as this plot progresses, it doesn't seem to matter. And I don't know how it fits into the actual explanation for why the Titans exist. Like what's the sun got to do with anything? It came out in 2000. Yeah, so it could have had inspiration. Even Madden? Yes. Especially Madden. Basar Namidan. Basar Namidan.
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have prepared a place for you.
Damn it, hunger. Thank you, passively aggressive. Thank you, JBN, for being an amazing streamer and content creator. You've reignited my love for Tess. Excellent. Thank you for the 5 months. Want this? Ah. Who attacks? Oh. I think... Do you think there were a couple? Ooh, Devil Longbow. Are bound weapons allowed? Yeah. They're not? No, yeah. Admittedly, I mean, again, the rules are vibe-based. Whoa, this guy, what the hell is it? What is that helmet? Dreg helm. 78? 59. Well, we gotta wear this monstrosity of a helmet. Swap out these pauldrons for some new ones. Dragged short sword. Those two weren't a couple? Oh, okay. That's what you meant. How do you know? Two archers arching together. Medusa's gaze. That's the name of her crew. Uh-oh. That's the problem with this axe, is the not having the agility is a bit of a detriment. She looks like Gary Oldman. Oh, never mind. I was gonna show her face, but I can't now. From the Fifth Element. You think sea dregs and land dregs hate each other? I think dregs hate each other. Just in general. They seem very... I don't know... malignant. Ah, you got poisoned. Okay. So just... just a guy with them. Dregs long for the days where their kind ruled Tamriel. Yeah, but that was a different Kalpa. They might not even remember it. The dregs yearn for the water mines. Thank you, Zale, for the 5 months. I recognize the guy in white. Yeah, it's Joe.
Your skills fail you.
Joe Mama. Okay, get out of here. Crocodile. See you in a while, crocodile. It's Flun's Vitellius. It's a sanctum key. Guy with a shiv in a white jumpsuit getting a major Fallout New Vegas Dead Money vibes. I never played Dead Money, so I'll take your word on that. Sky Dregs would be cool if they had wings like Perfect Cell. The Sky Drag would just be a beetle. If you think about it. This is a shrine to Mafala. Scroll records a range of almost incoherent confessions, all pertaining to some vague betrayal between family members. This isn't my dinner. I didn't miss out on Dead Money. I don't know, I feel like I should still play it at some point. Oh, hello. Let's punch her. Let's win with punches. Halloween stream of Dead Money. Is Dead Money spooky? Man, how much fatigue does this lady have? Do spider daedra produce milk or silk? They produce silk from exactly what you'd expect. Screw it. She has a lot of health. Well, I know for a fact they produce silk. They produce almonds. Yathosil. Why does that name sound familiar? Yathosil. Yathosil. I've heard that. I know that name. Oh, we get sent here by Tynachos during the Mages Guild in Almastir. Oh, I thought this was new content. That sounded very... that sounded very, like there was a lot of stank on that. Oh, I thought this was new content. I thought this was the Grasping Fortune stuff. But it's not. They moved her from a different dungeon? Oh, I see. Sothasil's ex-wife? I see. I see. That makes sense. Salathus's blade. Nah. Sothasil is... Was it Azura's anticipation of Sothasil? I guess the joke went in track. Oh well. I remember fighting her somewhere else last time I did Tynacho's quest. Yeah, that's what I thought. This seemed different.
Welcome,
Anything
Moon
of
and
note?
Star. I have prepared a place for you.
Thank you, Rujay, for the prime. I'm surprised with how many spiders there are in Skyrim. There aren't any spider daedra. That's probably one of my biggest gripes with Skyrim. You know, if you don't want to get into like the nitty gritty of like RPG design and all this stuff, like if you don't want to look too deep into it, it's the fact that there are so few daedra. You got the Atronax and you got Dremora. Like, that's it. Did I check out the Sanguine Shrine when I was in the Tovani lands? I did not. I don't believe I did. I know the creations add some more daedra, but I don't know. There's so many spider daedra in Morrowind and so few spiders. Probably because the spider daedra outcompeted them. Yeah, no Daedroths, no Clanfear, no Scamps, no Imps, no... There's no Daedra in Skyrim. And I can't even think of like a lore reason why there wouldn't be. Trying to gauge how much delay there is for me. Well, I just saw that comment pop up like 10 seconds ago, so do with that info what you will. Is there a delay for when the sub announcement pops up after it pops up in chat? There might be a slight delay. I wait until I hear it. Because that's when it shows up on screen. They set up the reason to be averse to magic casters, so little variety is available. I still don't like it. I feel like Daedra and Daedric princes are... I don't know, they... I don't know if they... I don't know if it's unique, specifically. Like, it's something unique to the Elder Scrolls, but it makes the Elder Scrolls feel different. The fact that it's like, oh yeah, we could summon demons. And it's just a normal thing. Some people have a problem with it, but for the most part, most people are like, yeah, it's part of life. And in so much fantasy, it seems that it's either like vague, like do the gods actually exist in this world? Ooh, who could know? It seems like they might, but maybe they don't. In other universes, it's the gods definitely do exist. They're doing stuff, but they're all like they're still very nebulous beings. Meanwhile, in the Elder Scrolls, it's like, yeah, there are Daedric princes. Half of them are evil. The other half are barely nice. And you just go talk to them. You just summon them and just have a conversation. And then they'll rip your skin off. Stream always has a long delay for me, no matter how many times I reload. I mean, it could just be latency things. It might just be the nature of the beast. I mean, let's see if... I wonder if this would help. Here's my clock, right now. There you go. Deduce from that. Oh, thanks for opening the door, man. I deduced that I'm hours in the future. Oh, cool. What's gonna happen? If there are princes, then is there a king? I'm gonna say no. I think Daedric princes, they're just called that because it sounds better than Daedric lords or Daedric kings. I don't know why. Daedric prince sounds... It sounds weirdly more powerful. And I don't know why. Bound mace. Daedric senator. I think Daedric king just sounds very... It's like they're trying too hard. It's like, I'm a king, damn it. Although I'm sure Daedric princes didn't come up with the term Daedric prince. It was sort of things that mortals decided upon. If I knew it, Hen can say a thing or two about princedom. Oh, I hope that's how they make... Oh, that'd be so great. Just so in Test 6, they add Fanuit Hen to the game and you could talk to him. And for the people who don't know anything about ESO, they're not going to understand who he is. But it'll confirm that ESO was canon. That'd be great. Lesser Daedra are serfs? I guess they kind of are. It is interesting because in Daggerfall, I believe the Dremora are referred to as Daedric Lords instead of Daedric Princes, or instead of Dremora, they're called Daedric Lords. And I think in Arena, they're just called demons. I really like the design, the sprite art for Dremora, or Daedra Lords, in Daggerfall, though, because they feel very... That sound like a duck. They just feel very chaotic in Daggerfall, just the way they look. Can you give us a hint who Fanuit Hen? On who Fanuit Hen? He's a lesser Daedra, I believe, who has his own like pocket realm of oblivion, so he's technically a prince, but not really. Metalheads wearing spiky armor. The Daedra Lords in Daggerfall. It's kind of hard to... I can't find a good picture of them. No, they look very different in Battlespire. What is this noise? These guys. I think it also... the sound they make. The sound they make is very just like a cackling sound. They're very... so wacky. Do they have metal heads? They got ranger boots. The wiki says Fanuit Hen is a demi-prince. Yeah, he's not quite a prince, but he kind of is. But he's not. Just interesting. What does it mean to be a Daedric prince? Have we explored the saddest ancestral tomb? I think we have before. Not in this run, but in a previous one. Are there Dremora females? I don't know about Dremora females, but you got the Golden Saints. Can we please stop? But sex and gender among the Daedra is a very ambiguous topic. You know, a lot of them can shapeshift. The drummer turned into Dremora. Somebody in the Discord posted an interesting comment on that, which I hadn't considered. Wow. Oh, damn it. Something I hadn't considered before is that the Dwemer threw themselves into a future Kalpa. And they keep doing that, which is why they're always more advanced than the previous, than everybody else in that Kalpa. And I kind of like that idea. That's kind of fun. So they never get eaten in a Kalpa, they're just always jumping to the next one. Although if that were the case, then Jaeger and Bagarn would probably... Well, unless he was born in this Kalpa. Unless he's not one of the... Well, yeah, he would know. Unless it's a secret. He's a secret to everybody. I also like the theory that It's not even a theory. This is just speculation that I thought of. I'm sure I'm not even the first one to think of it. Regarding the whole male-female Dremora. It's mentioned in the Shivering Isles that the male Mazkin and the male Orioles are weaker than the females. I like the idea that rather than the males just being, born into subservience, it's when they prove themselves, they're allowed to reform as a female. So that's how they work. They just shapeshift. And it's like the females it's like a rank. Females are rank.
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have prepared a place for you.
Thank you, Verist, for the Prime. I think if Bethesda ever fully explained what happened to the Dwemer, it would leave some group of people upset. I would be in that group. I don't think they should. I think it should always be vague. I think any hints they give should always contradict other hints. So contradicts other hints without it feeling intentionally overcomplicating. Like, don't try to trick us, but also don't try to give us any leads for the most part. I think that's the best way to handle it. Could have Hunding have learned the long walk from the Dwemer. Maybe Hunding was a Dwemer.
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have prepared a place for you.
Thank you, Burial Vibe. For 3 months. What if the Hunding was a left-handed Dwemer? Oh, the irony. Wow, 1 arrow, seriously? Enjoy that 35 cents. You might be able to get a single stick of extra TM spearmint gum. I think I get a bit more than 35 cents. But you don't have to watch the ads now. Any pre-rolls or anything. Right around Master Helm. Right around left. Oh, these look cool. Stupid headset. I don't know if it's if it's how it's sitting in my ear that's making it this weird thumping sound, or if it's the headset or the headphone itself that's just like clicking. But I think I just have a problem with living. Everything frustrates me. Ooh. Ooh. This is a World of Warcraft ass pauldron. I love them. I love absurd pauldrons. Is it my pulse? I don't think so, because it stops sometimes. Also, if that's my pulse, why the hell is it so fast? I'm hearing like I don't know. It's weird. Of the 2025 experience, problems with living. And it's not even, it's like, personally, life isn't that hard. It's just all these all this tiny little bullshit. Just like, god damn it. And I feel bad for being frustrated by it, because it's so inconsequential. Could be a Twitch reaction in your ear. Yeah. Well, we're on Twitch. Those shoulders aren't as cool. How far are we? We're getting there. We're already in Grasping Fortune's territory. But, you know, we're still taking the scenic route around. You see, we're actually we're right near, we probably see it from here, actually, now that I think about it. Yeah. Narcissus is there, but I don't want to go straight there. I want to kind of go around and see this stuff. I think things are really simple, and the problem is people overthink it. I know how to fly, you just throw yourself at the ground and miss. Yeah, but you gotta throw yourself at the ground fast enough. We're here if you want to rant about the tiny minuscule things. I think that's probably the best thing about Twitch. Is that I could just... It's very therapeutic in that regard. It's certainly not a replace for therapy, I wouldn't recommend that. But just being able to just complain. As long as I don't whine. Although, one person's grievance is another person's incessant, petulant whining. But, I don't know. At least there's scribs. I think if scribs were real, I would hate them. Because they're they'd be kind of big. Like, I don't know. I feel like if once a bug gets larger than, like, your thumb, it starts getting a little unsettling. Although I'm sure if you're from, I don't know, Texas, a thumb-sized bug isn't... Well, it's probably still big, but there's probably ones that are much bigger. Sarahu. Sarah who? Why is there a Nyx in here? Let a Nyx hound into a... How... What? The Yeehaw state has big critters. Everything's bigger in Texas. When do we get so much strength in stars? Stars. Oh, we became a vampire. That's how we got so strong. Texas should be teleported near Australia. I feel like Texas's wildlife isn't as absurd. As some of Australia's. Honestly, I think probably the most unset. It's not even the bugs. It's the... Is it Australian? The Gimpy plant? The suicide plant? I hate to run into one of those. Because it's not even... It's 100% your fault. You know? At least with if you get bit by like a snake or something, you could be like, oh, it was in my sleeping bag, or there's a snake in my boot, something like that. And it was like an accident. But if it's Gimpy plant, it's like it was there. It wasn't moving. So even if you accidentally tripped into it, I feel like people wouldn't... Everybody would just be like, yeah, okay, stupid. You know what I'm getting at? It's like you could have just avoided it. What if a snake scares you into it? Well, that's why you throw the snake into the plant. Oh. So, I felt bad saying that. They would feel all the pain of wanting to die, but they'd be unable to kill themselves. I think I got these gloves. Makes dealing with these traps way easier. Silver Staff of Hunger. Soul trap for 30 seconds. One touch.
Do you take me for a fool?
What, was that yours?
May I help you?
Apparently the silica barbs stay in your skin for decades. Oh, from the suicide plant? Yeesh. Associate to the guild send you? Get me out of here. That warlock is mad, I tell you. Oh, this must be one of the, because we didn't do any of the Mages Guild quests in the other city. In this region. Orthmund? Must be related to that. Anyone else here like to visit Akavir in an Elder Scrolls game? I think it'd be interesting to see some of it, but I don't think we should see much of it. Because that would be, it would ruin the mystique. Do they have a competition to eat those things like they do at Stinging Nettles? I don't think anyone would want to eat a gimpy plant. Trying to steal my research notes? Who sent you? No matter. I could use a fresh test subject. Now hold still. Oh my god. Ugh. A lot of health. Oh, and he traps us in here with them. Okay, Rorschach. What is he? Why is he just running up to me? Like, is he? Like, what's his goal here? Okay, he's on touch spells. Okay, that's what it is. Oop. Alright, so don't get touched by him. Probably just good advice when dealing with a wizard. Don't let the wizard touch you. The problem is, I keep getting electrocuted. Which is not compatible with life. Question is, will he re-summon these dudes? Or does he only summon them once? Let's find out. Let's find out. Okay, that's the Atronax. Heal up a little bit. Not enough Magicka. Dope. Love it. So are we dancing? It's like it's like when two RuneScape characters follow each other. There we go. How much evasion does this guy got? I should break out the big guns here. It's berserking time. Shit. Ah, damn it. That's gonna do us in. think having a pet scrib would be awesome. We need a scrib companion mod. I don't think having a pet scrib... What, and like in real life? I don't know. I feel like they'd be scarier in real life. Like, they're only cute because they're low poly. I have an idea. After we kill these dudes... we can summon... a golden saint. Which might be able to reflect stuff off of... when he casts, he'll hit it and then take damage if it reflects. Just catch up to him, please. Get him. You know, you can never really know which one he's going to attack first. The one you do... What was it? It's the one you do the most damage to, or the one you're more likely to hit? Can't remember the exact calculus. The Gimme Gimme plant sheds its nettles, which can then stay in the air and breathe it in without touching the plant. So you'll have those things for months or years in your lungs. Ah, cool. It's the COPD plant. Or the mesothelioma plant. Why isn't she chasing him? Get him. Is he healing? Shit. God damn it. Do I have an invisibility spell? No. The white text on the blue background of those commercials bore a striking resemblance to Jeopardy. Coincidence? Definitely not. Oh, the mesothelioma. Yeah. They probably showed them at a similar... They're probably shown during the thing. Or did I say thank you, Burial Vibe? For the Prime? I might have missed it. He's really strong. What makes you think that? Wait a minute. Could I just jump out? What if I just punch him? Like, if I get him onto the ground, then he's no longer a threat, right? Well. Oh my god, how much damage does this do? Oh, man. Hello, Bubble Man. Ooh, just barely. Problem is his lightning shield is doing damage to us. What if... Why does Dispel not do anything? Like, I swear, Dispel... It just works on a whim. Back here. Get down. I hope we meet Akash the wizard in person one day. What race do you think he is? I'm guessing... I'm gonna guess a Dunmer. Probably Ondusi's master. Or like... Or Ondusi was an apprentice. Man, we do so much fatigue damage to this idiot. Get back down. I don't know why I expected him to explode. Lightning shield, shock damage. Oh, we had a ring. Restore Magicka. Alvin's robe. Resist shock, weakness to frost, fortify fatigue, sanctuary, and burden. Is that even good? You think once they fell over, it'd be pretty easy to stab them in the neck one time? Yeah. Well, you do have an increased accuracy when people are on the ground. Accuracy and damage increased by 50%. Moath's authority. This guy only has a single bed. Doesn't even have a queen. Doesn't even have a queen bed. Not even a full. Powerful necromancer. Has to sleep in a twin. Steal the research notes? Yeah, but we're not gonna... I'm not gonna do anything with them. Perhaps dispels the dispel effect. Summon a fire Atronach. Note to self, summon a fire Atronach. Maybe it will warm the place up. Why is it always so blasted cold? I feel like I haven't been warm since leaving Narsis. It was because his robes had a weakness to frost. What about the robes? I don't care about the robes. Those robes suck. The, he's got a cartoon shackle. The robes had some interesting effects, but it also had a burden effect on it. I don't need that burden. Ah. I thought they were together. Is that warlock dead? I'm impressed, associate. You're probably wondering how I wound up here. Nah. Well, the Mages Guild sent me to investigate rumors of some magical experiments, but when I got here, that crazy Dunmer zapped me with some shock spell I've never seen before. Really? Before I passed out, I heard him shouting about thieves trying to steal his research notes. Look, I'm hightailing it back to Narsis, the Narsis Guild Hall, but those notes sound valuable. Recover them, and I'll make sure the guild rewards you. Okay.
Do you need something?
Well, we recovered them. that was the whole tower right up there. So does it imply that the Velothi dug these caves, or do you think they found caves that they built towers inside of? Research notes, flame Atronak equals hot. No, those weren't the notes. That was just a note to self. These were the notes. They contain detailed observations about a disturbing set of experiments involving shock destruction magic. It is rife with glyphs, footnotes, and indecipherable scribbles. You could tell it's complicated and important because it doesn't tell us what it is. Use telekinesis to install a Drummer Cooling Station 9000, aka air conditioner. Did you know if you put a swamp cooler on one side of your room and an air conditioner on the other side of the room, you can transmit water wirelessly? Did I visit the nuclear reactor in Narsis? Yes. That was part of the whole Mages Guild questline. In Narsis. You can do the same with a humidifier and a dehumidifier. Well, I mean, an air conditioner is just a fancy dehumidifier. And a swamp cooler is just a fancy humidifier. Or maybe a less fancy humidifier. But yeah. Most transmissions of water would be wireless. I guess it depends on your definition of wire. Okay, not wireless. Gaseous. I don't know what the word is. You could transfer water without having to see the water. Like, without the water flowing. But if it's going through pipes, you could argue that pipes are wires. Is that Ganondorf? Let's say yes. Oh, hello. Yeah, Tamriel Rebuilt adds like a subgroup of Dunmer that have red hair. So they look like Dremora a little bit. Have any plans to make any more vanilla Morrowind? Oh yeah. Why not use the hit chance mod? What, the one that tells you the little visual pop-ups? I don't know, sometimes you don't want it. It's a convenient mod, but I feel... You know, you get to a point in the game where you don't really need to know. Because, like, you're already accurate enough. Whoops. Oh. Be pretty cool if you could encapsulate water in IP packets. Oops. What happened? Oh, I dropped my mouse. The shield effect looks great. I don't know why people hate it. It's because it leaves a weird... You just have purple balls on your screen. That's the problem with it. But there is a mod that removes the purple balls. Which I have running, so I sometimes use the shield effect. If I didn't have that mod, I never would. The Bone Lord Warder. Rural Juror. 45 marksman and conjuration. 11 to 60 points, 1 sec. Oh, this is like it's like God's Fire, but just for 1 second. Durability on the axe is getting low. I know. How far away are we from Narcissus? Oh, we can get there within like a minute. But we're exploring the region. We're exploring New Vegas. I hit my gaming childhood too late for Morrowind, just in time for Oblivion. I've seen your videos on / about Vardenfell. Well, I didn't play Morrowind until I was like 20. So it's never too late. I feel like it's harder to appreciate games as a kid. At least back in my day. It's because you didn't really have a lot of them. So, you know, you were kind of stuck having to appreciate the ones that you did have. So it could have been the shittiest game in the world, but you'd still be like, this game is great. Almost like Cope. It's like, yeah, I love it. Like, what do you mean Shaq Fu's bad? Shaq Fu is awesome. But when you're an adult, if you have access to a bunch of games, you're like, oh, now I actually have to decide what I'm going to actually spend my money on. And then you know it's like, okay, I spent $60 on this, I spent $70 on it, whatever. So, I don't know, you can appreciate them for what they are better. Also, you just have better taste as an adult, I think. Ooh. Sun. Giant sky lamp. Must fly into. Fable was one of the best games of my childhood. Never played Fable. I think I own them. I'm not sure. After I played Skyrim, I really got into RPGs. Because I wasn't really huge into RPGs at the time. So I was just checking out different ones, buying them when they were on sale and everything. And I was like, oh, I should try this Fable RPG. I'll jump in with Fable 3. Fable 3 is nothing like the other ones. I did not play that for much at all. Makes a lot of noises. As a Brit, I find Fable so incredibly annoying. Do all the characters, do they all have fake English accents? Like, they're just Americans putting on accents. Well, it doesn't take place on Earth, so they're actually perfect replications of... Replication? They're perfect facsimiles of the accent of the world. Even the English actors put on terrible English accents? Yeah, because they're not English accents. They're Fable-topia accents. And they're perfect. They're exactly how they're supposed to sound. Welcome to my town, adventurer. See, that's just how people talk in Fableland. So you expecting them to sound English is just your entitlement. Your English entitlement. That classic British entitlement. The thing that they're known for. They call the place Albion. You don't get more English than that. Well, I feel like if you called it England, that might be a little more English. Welcome, governor, to England. And they give them all perfect Australian accents. So it's still wrong, but it's not wrong. Alien Ruin. The main character has a British flag on his underpants, so I don't think it's entitlement. But that's just a coincidence. Fable is a sarcastic satire RPG. Yeah, it seems that way. But I still can't stand it. How do you think I feel when I play Fallout 4? And I go to Diamond City. And the guy with the guy who's selling the baseball bats. Although I just brush it off as like it's been 200 years. There's been some accent flow. There's been accent drift. Yeah, genuine swatter. Get your swatters. Clay jar, what? Why did I just pick up the whole friggin' jar? Got bigger issues if you're playing Fallout 4. Oh, come on. Fallout 4 is a perfectly cromulent game. Dragon Ghost. Dragapult? Fall 4 is fine. The gunplay is passable. The story and RPG elements are totally dog shit compared to New Vegas. Yeah, the story ain't that great. I don't like the blank slate RPGs that give your character a backstory. And this has come up before. We've definitely talked about it before. But, you know, either make them a blank slate and don't let them talk, don't give them a backstory or anything. Or give them a backstory and don't give us like super drastic like RPG roleplay sort of things. Like either have it be a backstory that we have to lean into, or don't give us a backstory at all. That is the same problem with Far Cry 5. Or, well, not the same problem with Far Cry 5. The Far Cry was always the protagonist was like a character, but then Far Cry 5 it was just a blank slate. So it was like the opposite. Where it's like, well, no, they're supposed to be like, why is it you don't got to blank slate them? There's a I don't know. It was like the opposite issue. Far Harbor is decent though, cool factions, and the premise isn't as ridiculous. What I did like the perks. I like how they handled perks in Fallout 4. I thought that was neat. But I've got a bias for perks. I like perk systems. What's down there? Oh, what? I was gonna levitate, but I guess it teleports you. If you want to create an RPG character and give your character a backstory, you have to do it like Planescape Torment. Yeah, I still need to play that. I played like an hour of that, but I haven't really gotten out of the tutorial thing. It looks interesting. And that little skull guy, I swear I've seen that icon, his face icon somewhere before, but I can't remember where. Oh, Meridia.
Mortal, heed my words. A great evil festers in the Tower of Adana. The Sload, defiles the natural order. Crafting vile creations through twisted magic and desecrating the dead. This abomination must be purged. Travel east to Adana. Vanquish Galatra, and cleanse this realm of their corruption.
Just some crazy hips, oh my god. A new hand touches the beacon. Not mocking at all. I like your accents when yours comes out in your videos. Well, I usually, a lot of times when it comes out, it's intentional. Because some words, it just sounds better with it. And I don't know, some things, it just feels more natural to say it. With a heavy accent, rather than otherwise. Like garbage. I feel like garbage doesn't sound as good. When you're really upset and you're just calling something garbage. It's like this is garbage. Darium Callius. Bow Garden. When talking about Caius. Yeah, it was a similar idea. Inactive Loria Stone. Oop. Magica Scylla. Friendly little cordyceps owls. Enemies like Mothman? Yeah, a little bit. Mothman. How do I leave? Nope. Shit. Looks like there's a door there. Can I get to that? What happened to the Aliads again? I believe they... I don't think they went extinct. But I think with the rise of human empires and stuff, they kind of got driven out, and they sort of... So in Daggerfall, there's a book called The Wild Elves, and I believe in that it kind of outlines the Wild Elves as being descendants of the Iliad. I teleported again. Okay. And what was left of them either became the Wild Elves, or they just sort of integrated with other societies and just kind of faded into obscurity. Nobody remembers the necromancy elves. Turned into Falmer. Well, that was the snow elves. Those different elves. Shit. How do I get out of this place? I'm scared and confused. Did I miss something, or... Ah, button. Wonder if there's an enclave of them out there somewhere. Probably. But they might not refer to themselves as alien anymore, because that was like, what, 3,000 years prior? Maybe 4? You know, cultural migration is a hell of a thing. Oh, I'm wondering something. For those who have played quite a bit of Fallout New Vegas, is there an Enclave presence in New Vegas? Or are they not there? Because as far as I'm aware, I never ran into any of them. Yes and no. So they're not like a main player in the region? I mean, in the main quest, you don't actually have to interact with them at all. If they are around. There's only like 5 of them? Oh, okay. So they're mostly like an eastern presence? Well, they're not even in Fallout 4, as far as I'm aware. Depends on if you consider the boomers to still be the Enclave. I don't know a ton of the lore regarding Fallout. Like the backstory of like, oh, this group became this group and whatever. Like, did some of the Enclave branch off and become the NCR or something? Like, I feel like there's got to be some sort of relationship. The NCR and the Enclave existed at the same time. Well, that could still be true if the NCR was like an offshoot or something, trying to like rebuild the old world. Because the NCR seems to be pretty like status quo, kind of like, we're gonna set up a system that's just like the old one. The NCR was founded before the Enclave resurfaced? Okay. Play Fallout 2, you'll understand what happened to the Enclave. Well, I know they're in Fallout 3, right? The Enclave? Aren't they like the prime antagonists in Fallout 3? Or like they're behind it all? They're like the Illuminati. The Enclave's philosophy is that they were perfect, and anyone not in the Enclave were mutants. So they were even against the NCR. Okay, so that sounds like every single group in Fallout. Everyone that's not us is bad. Right, back to Udanu, I guess. Whoops. Well, we survived. Oh, this little World of Warcraft town. This little Gilneas looking checkpoint. But yeah, I was just recently thinking about alignments with the factions, like their D&D alignments. And would it be fair to say Caesar's Legion is like lawful evil, and the NCR is like lawful neutral? Would that be fair to say? Like, the NCR doesn't strike me as evil, but they also don't strike me as, like, super benevolent. They strike me as more of a, just, like, order for the sake of order kind of a group. Basically, a government, basically. Oh, welcome back, cat. Hi, good boy. You gonna attack me again for using the keyboard? NCR is just democracy with all its pros and cons. Yeah. Do we ever play any games where we're in the... No, I don't think so. Like, what's the NCR capital? What is the capital of the NCR? Sacramento. The capital of California. Shady Sands. Okay, hey, what are you doing? Hi. I was wondering how they handle voting in the NCR. If everything's just a wasteland. Yeah, Queeds, I see you. Like, do they send people around to collect the votes in all their territories? Do people have to travel to Shady Sands to vote? Does the NCR have a mail system? I know you play as a courier, but I don't know if you're an NCR courier. NCR is pretty well developed. It's just Bethesda keeps forgetting that. Well, that's the thing, because in New Vegas, we're like on the outskirts of... Queeds, please. We're on the outskirts of NCR territory, right? We're not really inside their main territory, so we don't see... We only see the outskirts. You know, we're not seeing the hustle and bustle. We're seeing the areas that are just scraping by. Hi. Hi, good boy. They have state infrastructure and working vehicles and trains. It would be interesting to see a game... You know, in... I guess it wouldn't feel very Fallout, because it would be civilization. But I feel like there should be more civilization 200 years after an apocalypse. Especially when not everyone dies. Play Fallout London. Sure, it's a mod, but it's pretty good. Yeah, I've heard about that. I feel like people don't realize how long 200 years is. I know there's the whole joke. It's like, oh, you know, 100 miles is a long distance in Europe, but and 100 years is a long time in America. But regardless of where you're from, 200 years, that's like, what? 6 or 7 generations, possibly? Hell, if everybody had a child at 20 years old, that's 10 generations of people. It's a long time. And they're still scavenging metal? Like they're still scraping by? I feel if it were maybe 20 years after the apocalypse, it would make sense, but 200? I don't know. Unless people in the Fallout universe are just stupid. Although I guess you kind of have to be to start a nuclear war. Scavenge metal is cheap and accessible, though. Yeah, but it's bad. Make better stuff. Magic radiation doesn't go away. I guess it all just falls back onto the point that all the areas that we're exploring in the games are on the outskirts. You know? It's the frontier. Oh, yeah, it just doesn't happen on the frontier. Yeah. Private property, you weren't invited. But what if I killed you all? I'm trying to think. Because, like, look at all the progress that happened between 1800 and 2000. I guess that's when was the Industrial Revolution? It was what, the early 1700s, mid 1700s, or even just think 1700s to 1900s. We went from horse-drawn carriages to skyscrapers. You know, a lot can happen in 200 years. And they're not working from nothing in a post-apocalypse. They still have information, even if it's tough to access. Boston and DC are not the frontier, though. How settled are they, though? I know they're not the frontier, but are they... There's disputes. So there's, like, constant warring within those areas, right? Which could kind of keep them a bit... delayed. DC and Boston were majorly bombed, though. Yeah, that would be a problem. Nevada was bombed a bunch, but that was before the wars. And that was just for testing. As you could see. This was all caused just by bombs. This isn't natural. Because we're in Vegas right now. I kind of half forgot we're playing Morrowind. Like, genuinely. We're talking about Fallout. I forgot. Haha. What I didn't like is somehow super mutants are on the East Coast. It's a different strain of mutant. I mean, in 200 years, why don't the mutants could migrate? A single person could easily walk across the United States in 200 years. Favorite Fallout game? Well, I've only played Fallout 3, 4, and New Vegas. I think the guns are more fun to use in Fallout 4. Just 'cause, I mean, it's just a newer game. You know, the New Vegas and Fallout 3, the guns feel... I don't know, I feel like you're shooting pellets. And I really do not like the damage threshold mechanic in New Vegas. Not a fan. My first Fallout game was Fallout 3, and I really liked the vibe. But I think it was just because it was just so different to any other game I've played. We're using a BB gun the entire time? No, it's just the guns just feel... I don't know. They either feel like they're super powerful or super weak. Like, there's no in-between. Like, the progression in New Vegas for guns just feels very... You know, feast or famine. I think GT is great. I don't know. I think I must not understand how it works, because I feel like sometimes I'll shoot an enemy and they'll take no damage whatsoever. They don't have a shield icon, or they'll have a broken shield icon and they'll just take no damage. And I have no idea why. Shit. We have to drink some booze so we can walk around, so we can restore our strength. Oh, an Imga. Grey dust. Who witnessed my theft? Somebody just said something, but was it you? Are you mad that I stole from... That's weird. TT makes stats more tangible. I don't see how. The stats in New Vegas don't really affect your damage. Do they? I thought strength affected your accuracy. Fallout 4 progression drives me nuts. Two weapons of the same caliber can do wildly different damages, and armor goes into the hundreds. I don't mind that. Also, condition in New Vegas was a bit frustrating as well. I just feel like everything is always broken. Oh, yeah, because you're on the frontier. It's like, sure, but all my weapons feel like I'm... Like, it doesn't matter if a gun is kind of worn down. A bullet should still... Like, why does a gun do less damage if it's worn down? If anything, it should just have the risk of backfiring and hurting me. You know? I think that would be more interesting if a condition affected... I mean, it already affects how you reload, because sometimes it'll jam and you have to, like, fix it and, like reload. But, like, whether a bullet's going 500 miles an hour or 400 miles an hour is going through you. You know? I guess armor can affect that, but how good would armor be in the wasteland? Like, oh, we have a cast iron pan. Maybe? I like perks, and I don't know. I feel like my opinion on New Vegas is very nuanced, because I think it's a really good game, but there are some things in it that just kind of... I think I feel about New Vegas the way a lot of people feel about Morrowind. in like these weird design choices that just wouldn't hold up nowadays. Yeah, like I don't hate durability necessarily, but I feel like everything in New Vegas, it's like I'm micromanaging everything. Like I'm always just like, okay, this is damaged, so I gotta get this fixed. Oh, this is damaged, I gotta, like, you know, oh, my limbs are this way. Oh, I got radiation, I gotta go fix it. Like it's everything is like all this small little shit that just gets in the way of me just like shooting people. Which I guess, I mean, it's an RPG, so it's like it's supposed to deal with all these little itty bitty things. But I don't know. It just, I can't explain it. The biggest thing, because it's the most apparent thing, is how I can shoot an enemy and nothing happens. And it's not even like a Morrowind nothing happens, where it's because the dice rolled and you missed. Literally, the bullet hits the enemy in the face, and nothing happens. Like, why no take damage? Like, what has occurred? Durability affecting reloads is incredibly dumb. I didn't get the battery in my laser pistol connected right because it had some dirt on it. No, I feel like that makes sense because a gun that's in poor condition runs a risk of, you know, backfiring, jamming, that kind of stuff. That makes sense. The gun doing less damage because it's kind of in poor condition seems weird. I don't know if that's how guns actually would be, but that doesn't sound right. I feel like if the gun can, if the bullet goes off and go, like it's gonna go. It's not gonna, like, oh, my gun's dirty, so now the bullet goes at 10 miles an hour. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that is how guns work. But it's always on the reloads as opposed to just some random malfunctions. Yeah, that's a good point. I think it would be interesting, instead of the damage going down as much as it does, it should just run the risk of, like, exploding. And then the gun's ruined forever. Oh no! And you cripple your arms. Or something. I don't know. Be more like if the ammo is of poor quality with compromised powder. Yeah. Yeah, that would make more sense, because then the bullet wouldn't go as far. Or as fast. I think I prefer damage reduction instead of damage threshold. Because at least with damage reduction, you're doing some damage, you're not just doing nothing. Because that's how damage threshold works in New Vegas, right? If an enemy has 10 damage threshold, and your gun does 10 damage, and you hit them, you're going to do 0 damage, right? Is that how damage threshold works? Or is it like there's a chance that you'll do 0 damage? You do at least 15% damage? Okay. But when enemies have a ton of health, if your gun, you know, you shoot 10, you hit them for 10, they have 10 damage threshold, so actually you just only do 1.5 damage. The enemy has 200 health. It feels like nothing happens. And unless you know those, because that's not laid out. So you wouldn't know that unless you went on the wiki and, like, checked to see what the calculations were, to suss out the calculus, you know? You wouldn't know otherwise. I mean, damage threshold is great when you have it. You just become an unkillable wall. What are all the effects on the gray dust? Boosts our strength and agility, but what is it? What does it drain? Endurance and intelligence. That's not too bad. Ooh. Damn. I feel like we're discussing Oblivion's zombie health bar topic. Well, the interesting thing about that, and I never put this together. Somebody brought it up in a comment on the Oblivion Remastered video we did. The reason why enemies their health bars seem to linger toward the end is because in the original Oblivion, the amount of fatigue you had determined how much damage you did. So by the end of combat, you'd have no fatigue. So you'd be doing less damage. So it would feel like the enemy had, you know, the last little bit of the health bar was much bigger than the first bit. It wasn't. It's just you were doing much less damage. But zombies still had way too much health. Oh my god, big Khajiit. Drugs. No, get up. Drugs have saved the day. New Vegas had different ammo types, and they were definitely important to consider. Yeah. Yeah. I think that was... I think part of it... This is something really never... I never really put a lot of thought into it because... You know, I don't think my... I don't know Fallout well enough to really have a strong opinion one way or the other. To be like, oh, this is bad because of this, but this other game did it better because of this. Like, I don't know. I think there might be... Ooh. Resist paralysis and sanctuary on a belt. Oh, yeah. I think there's mechanic bloat in New Vegas. There's just too much stuff. Like, too many different systems. And maybe it's because I'm a stupid modern gamer. Maybe that's what it is. You can swap ammo types on the fly. I know that.
You're dead already. You're arrested. Oh.
Hey, man.
I'm not giving up that easily.
So the only reason why I bring this up is because I recently... the next video I'm uploading is a Fallout New Vegas video. The first non-Elder Scrolls video since last year, or since the RuneScape days. And just while I was playing, it just... Admittedly, the challenge I was doing probably didn't help with the whole damage issue. But... since the Elden Ring one? Right, yeah, Elden Ring. Forgot about that. Even with Shotgun Surgeon, I felt like half the time I wasn't doing any damage. And oh my god, the friggin' the final fight against Legate Lanius, is that his name? Lanius? Was so the thing. So you know how New Vegas doesn't have any essential NPCs? everybody is killable. That's not true with Legate Lanius. I guess if you fight him and if you kill him too fast, he becomes unconscious. And then he runs away and then starts throwing grenades at you. So friggin' annoying. You won't get far with shotguns using only buckshots. I know. But with Shotgun Surgeon, for a while I was using a sawed-off shotgun, and if you can get right up to an enemy, you can usually do a pretty decent amount of damage. But once I got the riot shotgun, nothing could stand in my way. That was the funniest moment during your stream when you just headshot Lanius instantly without ever meeting him. Whoa. Oh, my game just started. Oh, he's got a little hat. He's got a little neti pot hat. Hey, what is this? Oh, it's an Argonian. Oh my god, friggin' gimp suit. Well, we're gonna die. Or maybe not. Oop. It's a Daedra control hat from Redguard. They couldn't even just normally summon a regular Daedra, they had to use magic to control it. You just killed your friend. Oh, how much health does this lady have? Sound like new voice lines. Would you guys rather be shot by a shotgun slug or buckshot? I guess it depends how accurate the person is. I'd rather get hit by one piece of buckshot than a slug.
Welcome, Moon and Star. I have prepared a place for you.
Thank you, Sprinkler. For the prime. 2 months. And hi. Shadowhound. Might need to swap out this weapon. This is only doing 1/5 of the damage it normally should. As great as it is, the restore health effect. If she has any restore strength. No. Gotta be a shrine somewhere around here.
I've trifled with you long enough.
What does that helmet remind me of? It looks like some... Please. Oh. No, wait, no, I want to... trying to loot your dead friend. Any interesting... Let's use Elnea's breath. Do a bit of damage to these guys. Just take your hands out. Why can't I cast the spell? What the... Huh? There we go. That was weird. It wouldn't let me do it. Yeah, it's fun. This axe is great if you don't get hit while using it. But if you do get hit, you're gonna get stun locked on the ground. How am I not hitting this guy? How am I missing? Got like 200 points of attack right now.
Fight like a child.
Okay, that's one. Here's a better question. Would you rather get shot with an arrow or with a bullet? I think I would rather get shot with a bullet. Just because... I don't know, I feel like it would be over quicker. And I don't mean it would kill me quicker, but like... I don't know, at least if... Like, the bullet has the chance of going right through you. Like, in and out. Arrow, unlikely. It's gonna go in, it's probably gonna stay in. And I'm guessing doctors probably have more experience with dealing with bullet wounds than with arrow wounds. I don't know why, I guess it depends on this type of bullet. I feel like an arrow would do more damage.
You will fight like a child.
The arrow stays in, the wound won't bleed. It could still bleed. Like if the arrow goes in, it goes like when it lands in, and it like cuts out a bunch of stuff. Okay. Gulag, grow dumbfuck. Bullet will release its force in your body depending on the caliber. Yeah, but arrows are also bigger. Or wider. I guess it depends on the caliber. Like if... Yeah. I mean, I'd rather get hit with an arrow than like a 50 caliber bullet. 50 caliber bullet's gonna... You're gonna... It doesn't matter where it hits you, you're gonna lose a limb. Even if it doesn't hit your limb, you're gonna lose a limb. Bullet could tumble and tear up your insides. But you'd probably survive either. Yeah, I guess it depends where you get shot, too. Like, if you're gonna get shot in, like... Or, like, a gut shot. Say a gut shot. Or, like... Let's say the shot wouldn't leave any long-term damage. Rifle rounds are designed to tumble, but pistol calibers aren't. I thought rifle rounds were designed to spin. Hence the rifling. So they wouldn't tumble. So they just go straight like a football. A lot of weapons in these rooms if you need to pick a new one. Yeah. Well, I need a shrine to restore my strength. This guy has an adamantium mace. Problem is adamantium isn't a normal weapon. I mean, it is a normal weapon. They tumble when they hit because the back end is heavier. Oh, that's what you mean. They meant tumble through the air. Well, they say, I was like, no, they don't. Like, rifling is specifically counteracts that. Iron Truncheon of Paralysis. Boots of Consuming Indwelling. Steel Morning Star. Fortify Attack. Damage Fatigue. Staff of Dancing Fate. Hoary Fist. Axe. Imagine using an axe. Do I have pants? I love how I love how you could just wear a comical amount of clothing in this game. I don't actually have leg armor on, do I? Oh no, we haven't this whole time. We haven't had leg armor. Wow. What do we want? We could do a monk sort of a thing where we beat up a guy, knock him down, and then just smash him with a mace. I mean, with a... like, whip out the staff and just beat him with a staff. Imagine wearing a full layered outfit under a suit of armor while in a swamp. And then putting a robe on over that. People in Morrowind are built different. These freaking headphones. Shock damage, 1 to 20. 1 to 25. I guess we'll go with this one for now. It's not amazing, but it's not terrible. Manus, Father of the Abyss. If any of the gems have souls, you could try to enchant the mace. Yeah, could do that. What is our enchant level? 8. I mean, it's 5 to 20. This is 2 to 13. Yeah, this is fine. Oh, there's more stuff over here. Iron Warhammer. Eh. We seriously need a shrine, though. That's our primary objective. I have a feeling there isn't one here. Even if we could restore our strength. Any sort of potion or spell. Anything whatsoever. A lot of beds. A lot of members.
I will kill you.
See, we started out with Longblade, so our Longblade level is still pretty good. That weapon looks interesting. I wonder what that is. Is that a steel warhammer? Really, dude? Can you just come over here? Man.
There is no escape.
It's an adamantium warhammer. Hmm. So Meridia sent us here to kill a Sload. Question is the Sload up top? Or is the Sload down below? I feel like a Sload would want to be on top because like I'm better than everybody else, but at the same time I feel like Sload would be more comfortable in like in a gross basement.
bones will be my dinner.
Hmm. Don't have to restore our fatigue. We're accurate enough. It's gonna take a minute. Fortunately, we have a lot of health and a lot of armor. They can climb on walls, so check the ceiling. Can Sload climb on walls? Is that another power they have? For some weird reason? They can climb on walls, they're necromancers, they make great soap. That's two jokes. Or two meanings, rather. It's just two orcs yelling at each other. How much health do I have? Not that much. I'd like to see a fantasy race where they engage in combat for about a minute, and then they figure out like how much damage each opponent has done, and they know from that it's like, we know exactly who's gonna win this, so let's stop the fight right now. Neither of us will die, and I'll just walk away as if I won. Like they're very pragmatic about it. It's like according to this data, I've already won this fight. Relinquish your belongings to me, lest I be forced to actually terminate this encounter. I feel like that's how Vulcans would fight. Or robots. So, you know, Vulcans. Space elves. Devil Mace. Actually, you know. Ring of Toxic Cloud. Ooh. What rings do I have again? We have the Ring of the Elfborn. And the Akasha's ring. Oh. I think the Ring of Toxic Cloud would be way more useful than the Ring of the Elfborn. Isn't that just Frieza? I don't think so. I mean, they do the whole power level thing with the Scouters, but that's a little different. But like when we were fighting that orc, like it was clear the rate of damage I was doing versus the rate of damage he was doing, I was going to win the fight. So if we acknowledged that at the start of the fight, then we both could have walked away. He would have lived, and I would have been unburdened by that waste of time. Oop. Isn't that how a lot of animals fight for space/mates? Well, I think with a lot of animals, it's just the one that's losing just runs away, for the most part. But I think they will kill each other if they have to. I just want something that's very pragmatic in their feuds. Honestly, I feel like that's something the Sload would do, now that I think about it. Did I already say that? No, I said the Vulcans. I feel like that's what the Sload would do. Like, they both have an army of corpses. And it's just, I have exhausted your army. Or, I have killed 30% of your army in the time that you've killed 10 of mine. At this rate, you'll have no army left. So if we both walk away and you give me what I want, you'll be able to preserve part of your army, and I'll be able to get what I want. And then the one that's losing will be like, yes, that's fine. That sounds quite good. And then they stab each other in the back, because you can't trust a Sload.
You die. You will die here.
The Almer settle their disputes by insulting each other. Imagine. Glass Viper Blade. Thundercrew Falconbird. Fortify attack. Goad. Potion of Drain Health. Ooh. Kavatra. This one did not call for you, Margro Polo, but a strange wind portended your coming. Do you hope to join the Janata Syndicate? Yeah, because I just killed everyone. Talk to a taskmaster. He doesn't acknowledge the fact that I killed my way up here. What's a Sload doing here? He's the leader of the Janata Syndicate. If anything, what are we doing here? This is his house. Fortify our attack. I have a feeling that the Sload's probably immune to poison. Yep. Fire Atronax, she's gonna hang out with us. Bit more strength. How are we gonna get out of this place when we run out of these potions? Oh, why did I drink a magic potion? That was stupid. Okay, resisted the paralysis. That's cool, that's cool. Nice, nice, I love it. My own Atronax killing me with fire. That's also cool. Okay, he turned into scamps. Interesting. Get him. Jeez, how big is this spell? Go, scamps. Get him. And we're dead. Oh, no, not yet. Now we're dead. Okay, maybe we should have done a little bit more thinking. Can restore endurance, but not restore strength. Man. Seducer Grand Soul Gem. A lot of Grand Soul Gems. Or a lot of Soul Gems with stuff in them. Try the 5th whatever scroll. Yeah, I don't know. He might have more health than that. Ooh. Black Star Pendant. What is that? It's gonna... something Dragon Balls. Restore health, 5 points. Fortify Blunt. Fortify Strength. A Mithril Mace. Doesn't Mithril have a higher enchanting capacity? Isn't that a thing they did? Yeah. Have I tried using a randomizer yet? I have. I made a video on it. Oh, the door randomizer. Absorb health. Be hard to actually enchant. Yeah, so this is 1 to 30 points for 5 seconds and 10 feet. So it's 31 divided by 15 each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 15 times 8, 120. He probably has more than 120 health. The Mithril Mace looks pretty. It does. It does. What I do before streaming on YouTube, I was a PCA, a personal care assistant. Not really that exciting. Yeah. I was trying to get into software engineering, but that didn't work out too well. So that's what happens when you try to get a job in 2020. Weakness to fire. Oh, speaking of the wild elves, we were talking about it earlier. Ooh. Skeletal minion, weakness to shock, divine intervention. Invisibility, weakness to fire, hellfire. Damn it, over-encumbered again. With Fortified Blunt, the ID Warhammer might be viable. But can Sload be attacked? Do they resist normal weapons? Where are we on the map? We're near Narsis. We're doing Meridia's quest. Because our hand touched her beacon. Who up touching their beacon? Sheesh. Yeah. Yeah, he has a lot of health. Let's see. 600 health. But that restore health effect on that necklace actually might counteract his magic, because his magic doesn't seem to be that strong. The actual balls, they don't seem to do a ton of damage. Ooh, what if... Haha. He's like a little nutcracker with his mouth. He's getting Morrowinded. The Sload aren't good with stairs. They get winded. Probably made a good call there. A lot of jobs have been cut in that area. AI is only going to replace more jobs there. I don't know. I really don't. I think it's a bubble. It's going to burst. It's going to get to a point where it's like, oh, we can't make money off of this because it turns out it's all stolen. It just stole all the material. You know, it's really easy to run a bakery if you steal all your flour. But then once it's like, yeah, you gotta stop stealing the flour. Then it's like, oh shit, our business model. Are Sloads blind or do they just have weird eyes? I think the Sload are just weird. One of my favorite things in Elder Scrolls Deep Lore is the fact that there was a race of elves whose whole thing, their fantastical trait that was so important, it was in their name, was that they were left-handed. Well, that's just what the people who killed them called them. Do you think the Yakutans cared much about elven culture when they were slaughtering them? Okay, so we killed Kavada. Kavada Kedavra. Pumice stone. Oh, I like the little hint, because through this whole place there were pipes. It's like, why are there pipes in this Velothi tower? Ah, they were pumping water up to the top for the Sload. Do there exist remnants of Yakuta, like a few isles or something? I believe so. I think most of it sank, but not all of it sank. What do we have that we could drop? Chain is heavy. Storm Magica, arrows. Platter for some reason. I don't need this propylene index. Oh, we didn't soul trap the. Oh well. Real question is, when will Skynet become self-aware? It won't. I really don't think it will. All the AI that we're talking about nowadays, it's not even AI, it's just a probabilistic model that picks and chooses words and decisions based on probability of things that are fed into it. Will they ever play Battlespire or Redguard? Eventually, yeah. In fact, I'm going to play Arena at some point, too. I think there will come a point, though, where AI is going to be... Like, it's pretty good now. Some of the things, like the videos and the pictures and things like that. But it's still not perfect. I'm assuming there will come a point where it'll be basically indistinguishable and we'll need some sort of certificate system to verify if the thing is real. or not. You could drop your helmet. Oh, but it's cool.
You will die.
Welcome, Moon
Oh.
and Star. I have prepared a place for you.
Thank you, Isaac HG, for the 2 months. You know, ironically, I think the verification system for whether, like, an image is authentic or not, or if it's AI, if they were to do some sort of authentication thing, ironically, an NFT would probably work for that. Like, after all this, like, oh, it actually does have a use. An actual token to verify a thing.
You will die. I will kill you quickly.
Like, if every AI generated image came with, like, a token that had to be included with the image or whatever to be like, yes, this is AI.
Gotcha.
You don't really hear much on quantum computers now. I don't know a whole lot about them, but maybe they'll take AI to the next level. It's just more processing power. That's all it is. Well, that's not all it is. It's more complicated than that, but that's effectively what the outcome would be. So it would just mean that the AI could AI faster. But it's not AI. It's a language model. It's different.
Now, you die. I will kill you quickly.
Why do these orcs serve a Sload? The Sload is the leader of the Janata Syndicate. Or was the leader. And he pays them. Easy peasy. Quantum computers are great for breaking crypto. But crypto as in cryptography. But even then you'd be able to create cryptography with the quantum computers, so it would kind of, you know, arms race. All right, let's use this. We got a scroll of divine intervention, so we're gonna use it, and we're gonna restore ourselves. Guys, we made it to Narsis. Whoa. Anyway, let's go turn in this quest to Meridia. Stream over. People wouldn't be able to make money off of AI if it had to be verified, so I doubt it'll be implemented. I don't know. The reason... The information that they're feeding into the AI, so much of it is stolen. If they had to pay for it, AI would not have any... Like, you could, like, it's like, oh, generate these images for free. It wouldn't... Those sorts of services wouldn't exist if they actually had to pay the people they were stealing their stuff from. So if it gets to the point where they actually have to start paying for rights and licenses, then people aren't going to use AI. It'll be too expensive. Because it's already expensive to begin with, just the cost to run these things. I think they're in the corner of the market stage, where they operate at a heavy loss. You know, the standard startup phase, where investors just see some, ooh, shiny. But there's no actual business model. I liked the, what was it that the Encyclopedia Britannica did. They basically created a type of language model that uses only their encyclopedias as like the input. So basically you could ask their AI a question and it would basically search through the entire encyclopedia and give you a good answer. That seems cool. That seems helpful because it's being fed a specific data set and it's just it's helping you find the data you need. I think AI is a fad and it will fade, kind of like a few years ago when everything was on the cloud. It was about the cloud. Well, I mean, things are still on the cloud. Like, that's still like cloud-based stuff. But yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna... People 25 years ago, 30 years ago said that the internet was gonna be was a fad. That was a long fad. So I'm hesitant to just say that AI is just a fad. But it seems very bubbly. Seems like there's more hype than there is product. I saw a post where someone had searched on Google and the AI results said you can use search engines such as Google and type thing. I'm so leery of the Google AI results because I'd still want to verify it, and at that point, why am I bothering with the AI? But at the same time, I was in a game, I was trying to figure something out. I was like, why is this thing happening? Why is this different than what I anticipate? And I Googled it, and it gave me the answer. It was like, oh, it's because if you have this thing set, then you automatically have this thing. I was like, oh, okay. That makes sense. And that's actually what it was. I'm a bounce, need to do adult stuff. Gross. How do I get back up there? We got rid of the Rising Force amulet. If 85% of the info is correct, that's still a significant not correct. Yeah, but I wonder how much is incorrect just in general. Yeah. I feel like these language models will be very good for very specific sets of data. Like trawling through an encyclopedia, or I don't know. Even if like Wikipedia had something like that, where it'll give you answers based on information on Wikipedia.
You have done well, champion. Collateral's foul presence no longer taints this world. For your service, I bestow upon you the helm of light within. It shall aid you in your future trials. Wear it with pride, knowing you have struck a blow against the forces of decay and corruption. Go forth, and may your path be illuminated by a righteous purpose.
Seriously, look at those hips, jeez. That is crazy. She's like a spoon. It's like a spoon shape right there. That's ridiculous. Alright, so what is this helmet? Absorb magic at 10 to 30 points for 1 sec. Well, that was just pointless. Are we a luchador? What? What? Okay. It looks dope, though. I don't know. Gross tick monster? Luchador. Oh, it gives us light. It doesn't say... there's an irony. The fact that we're a vampire. I just realized. Oh, wait. What just happened? What the hell just happened? This place is a little buggy. Ah. Yeah, it is interesting. Does Oblivion have any of Meridia's shrines in Ayleid Ruins? Anywhere? Is there really even any reference to Meridia in any of the Ayleid shrines in Oblivion? No? Yeah, that's weird. And it's like such an important thing in the Knights of the Nine DLC. Well, that was interesting nonetheless. Would have been more interesting if we didn't have drained strength the entire time. I hate bone walkers. I think the dialogue with the prophet. Yeah, so it wasn't even mentioned until then. Was it lore prior to Oblivion? I'm gonna assume yes, because Tamara rebuilt. That's the... They take their lore from pre-Morrowind information. Kirkbride remembered. Todd forgot. Well, there aren't any Ayleid things in Morrowind to begin with. I mean, this is a mod. Ah. Oh, wait. Oh. One of our shoulders is broken. Kirkbride wrote Knights of the Nine. Oh. I wasn't aware. Or maybe I was aware, I just forgot. Oh my god. If I feel like if I were a bandit, or if I were getting attacked by a bandit, if I were on either side of this interaction, and I was fighting a dude, and a bunch of bugs just ran up to us, I'd be like, let's hold on a second. Let's work together and deal with these bugs, and then we could fight. And then afterwards, we'll form a bond while fighting the bugs, and then we'll kiss. And then I kill him.
Surrender your life to me and I will end your pain.
Now you know why Pelennor has such a weird background? Well, Pelennor was before that, though, right? Or was that his first even mention? Was Pelennor mentioned before the Knights of the Nine? Because admittedly, Pelennor in the game is kind of underwhelming. He's just a knight voiced by Wes Johnson. He was mentioned in books. Okay. That's what I figured. I like these ropes. His first mention is in Redguard. Wow. The Song of Pelennor. Was written by Kirkbride, but it was first in Oblivion, Knights of the Nine. Pelennor. I think I'm trying to. It looks like all the mentions of him were. There were none prior to Oblivion. Imagine the varieties of faith in it. The varieties of faith in the Empire in Morrowind. Okay. Repelled an early Altmeri pogrom of Pelennor Whitestrake during Mythic times. Oh, that's the only mention they have of him. It's like a word. Alkosh, Dragon King of Cats, a variation of the Altmeri Ariel, and thus an Akatosh as culture hero for the earliest Khajiit. His worship was co-opted during the establishment of the Riddle Thar, and he still enjoys immense popularity in Elsewhere's wasteland regions. He is depicted as a fearsome dragon, a creature the Khajiit say is just a real big cat. He repelled an early Aldmeri pogrom of Pelennor Whitestrake during Mythic times. An Aldmeri pogrom. Wait, so was Pelennor at the time Aldmeri? Or did the Khajiit assume he was in Aldmer? That's interesting. The dragons in How to Train Your Dragon are just big cats. Yeah, I feel like even Skyrim's dragons, they're very cat-like. They have big cat energy. That's when Pelennor thought the Khajiit were Mer. Yeah, but why would the Khajiit think that he was in Aldmer? Or unless the Aldmeri pogrom was... Oh, against the Aldmer. Okay, that was confusing. All these books were written by... What the... Oh, I thought the Clanfair turned into an elf. It's like a reverse Animorph. But the question still remains, were the Ayleid associated with Meridia prior to the Knights of the Nine? such a tough thing to figure this stuff out because it's like hard to know. Like on UESP, when you read about the lore of an individual, it'll draw from different sources from different games. So like, you know, we know this from ESO, we know this from Skyrim, we know this from this. But I want to know like the first mention of a thing, or like the evolution of lore, not just the lore itself, but how the lore changed as each game came out. Oh, excuse me. You know, like they're all parallel continuities. It's hard to tease that out because there's a bunch of spaghetti.
What are done?
There's your next video. Play a Morrowind character who's a scholar. He has to go through every book in the game. Yeah, I did think of something like that with the Sermons of Vivek. Collecting all those. What books are in each game? Like a collection of books. Could be interesting to... Because it's a shame that the Sermons of Vivek aren't in Oblivion or Skyrim. Lusty Argonian maid speedrun. Oh, let's use our helmet. Give me that magicka. Give me it. Num 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 num. What's healing him? Oh great, another guy.
You in.
Oh, look at it. He looks so done. I wonder how many copies of the Lusty Argonian maid there are. That could be the title of the video. It's like I collected all the porn in the Elder Scrolls. Ring of Toxic Cloud. Ooh, yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. He's a genius strategist. How did he figure it out? It's like he has 130 people in his head just giving him advice. Actually, yeah, when did the Lusty Argonian maid? Where does it show up? Skyrim, Oblivion, and Morrowind. Alright, I gotta take these headphones out. They're starting to make my ear itch. Where's the pod? There it is. It was written by Mark Nelson. Okay, so in Oblivion, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's a few. I should look into that. I know there's a ton in Solstheim. It's like one of those gremlins has like a whole stack of them. Isn't it also an ESO for some reason? Yes. Well, I think the explanation was that it's an archetypal... archetypal. It's an archetype, sort of a trope story thing, where it's like it's been written in different ways throughout time. But I think also when it appears during a quest where, like, books are falling through time. Or something. See you around, talk them up damage. Like, so the fact that it shows up, it's like, oh, these books are coming from the future, from the past, this is crazy. What's going on? Hello, Solid Zergan.
You don't deserve to live.
He's a little Santa Claus looking idiot. The Colovian clothing looks delicious. Like, I don't... It looks like a cookie. Like some sort of... What kind of... It's like a... Like a lemon... Like a lemon cookie. With like a cream base. Cheesecake? No, not a cheesecake. Talking about a dessert that actually tastes good. These enemies have so much health. Toxic Cloud. Healing nonsense. Glass flame sight. Scythe. The Ebony Cuirass. 165. Okay, so that is better than the Daedric Cuirass we've got going. Because that is broken. Do we want the Flame Scythe? 133, 6-foot range, 135 speed. This is 130 speed. It's got the same range. Let's drive by. Kind of torn on the whole idea of a dragon break. I mean, the concept is cool, but in some ways it's just a cop-out. Well, yeah, but it's a cool cop-out, so it's okay. It's like their explanation for different Khajiit first stocks is kind of a cop-out. Or the reason why the Khajiit are different between the games. It's like, oh, it's because the moon changes them. It's like, yeah, it's a cop-out, but it's cool. And that's what matters. Yeah, let's take the sword. Aren't the Elder Scrolls themselves a cop-out? What, you mean the games or the scrolls? Like the actual in-game scrolls? Because I don't know. We could do a glass mace instead. It is faster. Yeah. Why is this Skyrim book an ESO? Because Dragon Break? That's not the explanation. They don't explain it with a Dragon Break. That's a meme explanation somebody would give if they don't know the actual explanation. Ooh, Amulet of Almsivy Intervention. What enemy is around? Okay, I hear them. It's the mating call of the Dunmer. I thought every game was a Dragon Break. Nah. There's probably an argument you can make for that. But I don't think that's the implication. It looks like an axe. Just the mace and the pauldron. How many times am I... Jeez, we keep leveling up like crazy. The Mason Pauldron sounds like a dagger fall in. It does. Go to the Mason Pauldron and help Shambus Veron Theron go to sleep by casting the Circuit sleep spell upon their insomniac head. Was what they do with Elder Scrolls lore, but I don't even joke about what they did to Fallout lore. It isn't funny. Well, the Elder Scrolls was always a Bethesda property. The Fallout became their property, so obviously they're not gonna. It's not gonna mesh perfectly with what it originally was. Certainly became more. What's the word? Not lackadaisical. It's more comedic. Flippant? No, I wouldn't say flippant. They added more like a whimsy. They added more whimsy to the story. And I think it works. It's different than what it was, but I think it still works well considering how odd. It's like, oh, it's the future, but it's also the past. It's like, oh, it's the 50s, but it's 2077. Like, it's a weird sort of a thing. There's definitely a lot of rule of cool with Fallout. Wasn't Fallout always this way? Not really. It always had the that weird retro future aesthetic, but it wasn't always as whimsical. It was darker. But I do kind of like how it's a different direction, but I do still like the modern direction of it, where it's sort of like, you know, oh, this is so dark, ha ha ha. Like, how silly. Like, the very... Like, it's not overly comedic. But it's comedic in more of a, wow, how is this not more of a thing? Like how is this so... How is this so mundane? Like, oh, we removed his brain and put it in a new body, haha. And it's just like, yeah, okay. Like, it's just... Like, it's such a trivial thing. These horrific realities are just like, well, that's the way it goes. So that's more of the whimsicalness. Like this... The fact that it's so... People are so nonchalant with doing this horrific stuff implies more than it would if there was actually, like, an explanation. Looks like a bell. Oh, never mind. There's a lot of silly references in Fallout 1 and 2. Well, yeah, there'd be references, but the whole vibe isn't the same. Like, do you think something like Nuka World would exist in Fallout 1? Like that kind of a DLC sort of a thing? Like, that seems too whimsical. But it still works in Fallout 4. Because it's still that whole, like, ah ha ha, how fun, you know, bandits, yay, nightmare. FEV and Super Mutants, I mean, the origins of FEV and Super Mutants were a West Coast thing. The entire story of Fallout 1 kind of centers around it. Then Fallout 3 comes along and says, well, what if we had them on the East Coast too? Well, yeah, sure. I don't know... I don't know why it matters. Like, it's not like the first game is, like, gospel. You know, it's not... Why can't things be different? Why can't things build off of it? And the first game is still there. It's not like the third game ruined the first game. I just look at them as different continuities. The first game is its own first game, and the third game is if the first game changed slightly and became the third game. I'm probably not a good, I don't know, conversationalist on this topic because I'm not very indignant. That's not the right word. That's a very negative. I don't care too much about retcons and things like that. I just want the new stuff to be interesting. And I can understand the perspective of, well, that means in the future things, all the stuff we're enjoying now could mean nothing. It's like, well, no, it doesn't mean nothing. It's still here. You still enjoy it at the moment. You still enjoy it in its own context. And then in the future, there's going to be different things. It's like, trying to think of an example. Say there's a roller coaster, right? At an amusement park. And it's like, oh, this is so fun. Ups and downs and loop-de-loops. And say it's called the Whipper. The Whipper. I don't know. That's the name of the roller coaster. Then 10 years later, that same amusement park creates the Whipper 2. But it's totally different. The loops aren't as loopy, the turns aren't as turny, and there's like a water element. There's like a water park element to it, and there's like a log flume or something. It's like, oh, well, this is different than what it used to be. But the Whipper 1 is still there. You can still use it. You know, the existence of the Whipper 2 didn't change the Whipper 1. If anything, it just gives you two different ways to appreciate the Whipper. At least that's my perspective on it. And you can be disappointed and be like, well, I wanted more of Whipper 1. But I wanted it to be slightly different. And you're just like, well, yeah, I can understand that. But whether they created the Whipper 2 or not doesn't change the fact that you were still stuck with just the one. Like, they could have just not made the second one. And you still would be in the same situation with not as much of the first one that you wanted. So we keep going with Fallout that Bethesda. If we keep going with the Fallout that Bethesda... Wait, what? As we keep going with Fallout, Bethesda has twisted the original ideas behind it. Well, I wouldn't even necessarily say that... Well, It's a lot of... It's interesting because I believe the original ideas behind the original Fallouts weren't what the creators intended, but it's kind of what people have assumed it to be. Because, you know, the whole authorial intent doesn't really matter too much after a certain amount of time. I don't know, I just don't view the older stuff as sacred. So I'm not too terribly upset when they make changes. I could see it being like, oh man, I wanted them to expand on that more. But, you know, at the end of the day, if the game's got to be fun, and if the game is fun, then I don't really mind too much. And the old stuff is still there. Ugh. Hern. Asekulunend. They increasingly sacrifice lore and complexity of their games to appeal to a wider audience. Again, I don't see it as sacrificing lore. It's just different representations of it. Wow, this is a big cave. I think maybe I'm coming at it from a perspective of just knowing that the stuff people are saying now is the stuff people have always been saying. So there was never a time when anyone was actually happy. I've found forum threads or some forum posts from before Morrowind was released of people who liked Daggerfall complaining about what Morrowind is going to do. And it's wild to see, because it's the same criticisms people have of Oblivion from Morrowind's perspective. Like, it's so interesting how it's almost like Mad Libs. You just replace the nouns, and you get the exact same... And not even just the Elder Scrolls, games in general. Like one of the... There's an argument to be made that Morrowind made some lore changes that were bad. For instance, in Daggerfall, they never mention the Tribunal. Where did the Tribunal come from? Why weren't they mentioned? That seems pretty significant, doesn't it? Living gods ruling over the Dunmer? Why was that not brought up? Ugh, I can't believe they retconned the whole entire nation of Morrowind. Morrowind's a terrible game. You mean you can go to shops whenever you want? There's no schedules? I thought this was supposed to be an RPG. How can you play a role if people just are always just available for you? No banks. You mean nobody has to borrow or lend money in Morrowind? You know? The Tribunal was almost all married too. I don't know. And it'd be interesting to see what the Arena fans had to say about Daggerfall, but they're all dead. I read that. Can we be critical without being cynical? I think that's... yeah, I think that's important. I think that's part of why I'm... Whenever people bring up, like, oh, the old games are better, this, that, or whatever, I try to be charitable to Bethesda and just the game companies in general, because I feel like there's a lot of cynicism involved. Because, people are emotional. I'm not saying that as a bad thing. People have emotional connections to these games, and it's understandable. It's very understandable. I do too. But at the same time, your emotional attachment to the older games doesn't supersede somebody's emotional attachment to the newer games. So, like, where's the common ground here? Where can we see what's good and what's bad? And can we not get bogged down in it's different, so it's bad, or it changed the lore, so it's bad? I don't like the new lore, so the old lore is better, and the new lore has no redeeming qualities whatsoever. Because I do think every game has added interesting lore that's even in the form of retcons that were more interesting than the old stuff. IMO. Are there things that I wish showed up in the later games? Sure. I think the Thu'um being a dragon language is more interesting than it just being a thing that Kine gave to the Nords. Like, it's just whatever. But I was like, ooh, dragons. That's interesting. I think the dragon cult stuff is interesting. You see gamers saying the same things. Game devs forgot their roots to cater to too wide of an audience. Too much focus on graphics, skins, and microtransactions. I don't even know if it's true that I feel like that's a cop-out when people say all they do is focus on like graphics instead of gameplay or whatever. Because it's like, you can have both. Why can't you have both? So it feels like it's like that old cope where it's like, oh, if you're, jocks are stupid. It's like, oh, they're strong. Like, you may be handsome and strong, but you're an idiot. And it's like, well, no, that's just cope. There are lots of people who are strong, handsome, and very intelligent, So, so what's your excuse? It's like, you're just trying to, it's cope. It's like, no, so there are a lot of games that look great and play great. You can have both. I do find the microtransaction stuff I do hate that. Although as far as microtransactions go, I think the Elder Scrolls is pretty tame, or Bethesda is pretty tame in that regard. I mean, there's the creation stuff, which is stupid, but by and large, it's not like, battle passes. It's not the Skyrim battle pass. Although personally, I would prefer art style over graphics. RuneScape 3 is getting rid of microtransactions or whatever. Yes and no. They're trying experiments to see how things would work and how things wouldn't work, like what kind of direction they want to go. They might get rid of the treasure hunter thing, so there wouldn't be this gambling aspect. There won't be loot boxes, but they're still going to sell bonus XP bundles, which isn't great. Certainly better, because it still forces you to have to actually play the game. It's not just straight XP, but still not ideal. But they also might add in like cosmetic free worlds, so you don't have to be in the world with people walking around like friggin', I don't know, gestures having spasms. Even ESO is pretty chill with its approach. You can legitimately just pay up front for content, play it, and not pay anything else. Yeah, ESO is pretty egregious with their monetization. I mean, I have an inherent distaste for loot boxes, first of all. Like, just a knee-jerk reaction. Go with the one-handed sword instead of the two. But they have things where it's like, oh, you pay for skill resets, which you could just get a skill reset by going to a shrine and praying at the shrine. And just paying, like, in-game gold. So, really, the for money skill reset exists simply to get people who don't know any better. Which feels very, gross. Oblivion Horse Armor and its success launched the microtransaction trend. Did it launch it? Because not in the same way that it is. That was still just like a DLC. That wasn't. It's not as egregious as what we see now. And even then, that was like what, $5? Now, what, Diablo or Blizzard? They sold that one mount for $90. Which is ridiculous. Valve cursed us with loot boxes through TF2. Yeah. Yeah. Daedric Warhammer. Let's go with that, actually. High durability, too. Is there anything else in this place? Tyrell's charge amount for WoW got more money than all of StarCraft 2, right? I don't know how true that is. Because, well, I remember seeing the short from Pirate Software talking about that Spectral Steed that made more money than that, but that guy's a liar. So, you know, we can't trust what he has to say. But I genuinely doubt it's that simple. We're getting out of here. First sign not to trust him was that he works for Blizzard. I don't think that's fair. Who struck me as the kind to confidently claim things he isn't sure on, rather than a purposeful liar. Maybe in some cases, but I feel like that's probably a dangerous combination where, like, if you say things confidently, that you're not sure on just in daily life, like who are you affecting? Like 4 or 5 people, maybe. But when you have a platform. Even this, I get like 10, maybe, or maybe like 30, 40 times fewer viewers than him. Still, not an insignificant number of people are watching this, right? This is like a lecture hall of people. And if I say something with confidence and no one pushes back on me, it almost like, it just, it like reinforces like, oh yeah, the things I say confidently are correct because it's working out. Like it's almost like like a subconscious thing. At least this is how it feels. So with a huge audience and you just say things confidently, you'll eventually you'll almost trick yourself into thinking, if I say it confidently, that means it's right. Which is obviously not true. Maybe that's not how it works. I don't know. I ain't no I'm no brainologist or nothing. That's why I hedge so much. That's why I hedge when I say things. I try to not be super definite in the things that I say. Because I can be wrong. I'm wrong a lot. And I value being fact-checked. Because when I get fact-checked, that means I learn a thing. Such as, for instance, snakes might actually be lizards. Because somebody had mentioned this in the poison-only run. Not only are Gila monsters not the only poisonous lizards in North America, they're just the only poisonous lizards, or venomous lizards, in the United States. I believe that's what it was. But also, because snakes are very closely related to iguana, are more closely related to iguana than iguana are to geckos. If you were to say that iguana are lizards and geckos are lizards, then you have to say that snakes are also lizards. So snakes might be lizards, in the same way that everything is a fish, and that birds are reptiles. So really, everything is fish. That's just, everything is fish. Oh, that emote. I thought that was an owlet. It's like the same. All birds are dinosaurs. Yeah, and the dinosaurs are reptiles, and all reptiles are fish. So everything is fish. If it has scales and lives on land, it's at least a bit lizardy. Yeah. Well, it's always a thing. It's like snakes aren't lizards, but snakes might be lizards. What's the matter with you? But yeah, that's why I'm always careful with things I say sometimes. I want any mistakes I make, I want it to be because I'm stupid, not because I'm malicious. Like your camera border makes it seem like you're the disembodied imagined hallucination of Naravarine's head. Well, I am. But yeah, I have no real expertise on anything, so that's why I don't want to... I always worry, because I feel like I say, like, animal facts and stuff too confidently sometimes. And then I run into an issue like, oh, Komodo dragons not having venom. Well, they actually do. It turns out. It's not just the bacteria that's the problem. So they also have venom. Which, admittedly, kind of makes sense. Why wouldn't they? But like it wasn't a thing we knew until sort of recently. But the misconception has persisted. The hist is part of Sithis. I like the idea that the hist come from a different dream. They invaded this godhead's dream from a different dream. which could perhaps mean that they're from Sithis, which is the entity outside of Anu's dream. Is it solid evidence that Komodos have venom? I believe it is. I believe it is solid at this point. I think the belief that they have, that it's mostly bacterial, comes from a lot of their prey, like, wallowing in dirty water after being bit. Like, well, yeah, of course it's going to get infected. Sithis are the beings trying to wake Anu up from the dream. That'd be interesting. Daddy long legs around where I live aren't even spiders. Ah, yes, the harvestman. Yeah. I hate that one little schoolyard myth that it's like, oh, the daddy long legs have the most powerful venom in the animal kingdom, but they don't have fangs, so they can't administer it. And it's like, just take a second. Why would an animal have venom if it can't use it? That would have evolved away ages ago. Or evolved into, like, some other... have some other use. Aren't all daddy long legs not spiders? It depends where you are. Some places refer to cellar spiders as daddy long legs. And those are spiders. And the name works for them. Cool hammer. Thanks. Why do humans still have an appendix? It serves no purpose. It does serve a purpose. It houses some bacteria. So if there ever happens to be like a bacterial genocide in your gut, it can help repopulate. You know, now I'm wondering, is there vestigial venom? Are there any animals that have vestigial venom? Because I think, like, venom is expensive. Biologically. You know, so why would they... You know, the animal that makes it, but doesn't use it, would be less efficient, or however you want to word it, than one that just doesn't make it at all. Welcome to the stream, Spud the Punk. You know, even animals with venom are reluctant to use it.
I've prepared a place for you.
Oh, thank you for the Prime sub, Spud. You know, you got a lot of spiders that will give you dry bites. Even black widows. You know, even if you get bit by a black widow, it doesn't mean it envenomated you. Is it the black widow that does that? They have selective venom? The heck is that? The heck is that? Ew. Is that like a feral Daedroth? Swamp troll. Oh, it's you. Are there animals with toxic blood? Would that count? I don't know. Well, if something's toxic, that doesn't mean it's like a venom. And if it's serving as an actual purpose of, like, you know, transporting nutrients, then... Like, when I'm thinking, like, why would it make venom that just sits there and doesn't do anything? Like, that seems pointless. What would you define as vestigial? Well, there's a scientific definition for vestigial. A small remnant of something that was once larger. No, that's not. Degenerate, rudimentary, or atrophied, having become functionless in the course of evolution. That's not the right definition either. Because, like, a lot of vestigial organs end up having a different use. Like, I think, like, the hip bones in whales became vestigial, but then they evolved to have a secondary use, like a new use, as like claspers for when they're mating. So like their original purpose degraded and then became something else. I think venom glands would devolve very quickly since venom is expensive to produce. That's what I would think. How do we even get on this topic? What were we? Komodo dragons. But like if Komodo dragons only had to rely on their bacteria, why would they have venom at all? We were talking about Topher Grace's performance in the Spider-Man movies. Oh. I like the Sam Raimi Spider-Mans. I still find it so weird that Spider-Man doesn't have web. Like, he doesn't naturally shoot web. That's just so weird. It just... My first exposure to Spider-Man was the Raimi movies. So I always assumed, like, yeah, Spider-Man shoots webs out of his body. He's a Spider-Man. That just makes sense. But then Marvel comes around with the new Spider-Mans and they don't. They're just, like, super smart. Ignore that. He's super smart and he just so happens to have been bit by a spider that gave him spider powers. Oh, and he knows how to make a web. That just, like, oh, I was like, oh, that's convenient. Think the dragon that George felled was a real lizard? It might have been. Could have been a Komodo. Weren't there... Or maybe it was a monitor. Weren't there monitor lizards in Africa? Like 1,000 years ago? Are there monitor lizards in Africa now? There might be there might be monitor lizards in Africa now. I don't know. They still are? Okay, there you go. Yeah, so he probably killed a monitor lizard. They look like dragons. And it's funny when you watch them, when somebody has them as a pet and they try to run across like a tiled floor. They're like a Scooby-Doo. A Scooby-Doo character. Then they go. Lizards are so silly. Such silly little guys. Or a saltwater crocodile. Oh, yeah, I suppose. As strange as it is, I feel like a crocodile looks less like a dragon than a monitor lizard. Or a Komodo.
I don't know.
You know what I mean? I don't know why crocodiles and alligators don't feel very dragon. Probably because the European dragon was modeled after a monitor lizard. Although, I also do really like the dragons that have, like, fur. Really makes them different. Like, I like the newer takes on dragons that make them look more mammalian. I don't know why. Oh, there's a bone lord with white. I'm partial to feathered dragons. Yeah, then they start to look like dinosaurs. Oh, no, not you. Why can't I hit him? I like dragons. Dragon D's nuts. Cross your face. Oh, got him. Yeah, the Eastern dragons are neat too. Dragons are just cool. Big lizard. I think that's why dinosaurs are cool too. Big lizard. Oh, you're tall. Oh, you're tall. I dislike how dragons have been giving real jobber roles since 2011. They should be returned to majestic nuclear devices. I guess it depends on, are dragons just animals in whatever mythology you're working with? Or are they, like, more divine in nature? Or rather, not divine, but like, because if they're just animals, then they're not going to be these super nuclear powered, like, you know, Smaug type dragons, right? Skyrim is weird with it because they're divine beings, but they treat them like animals. so that's a little weird. But I guess the idea is supposed to be, to the Dragonborn, these divine beings are nothing but animals. This is why we have dragons and wyverns. I hate that debate. Oh, dragons supposed to have 4 limbs and 2 wings. They're not real. They can have whatever they want. I do think a dragon with 2 wings and 4 limbs is more fantastical because there are no tetrapods with 6 limbs because 1, they can't, and 2, tetrapod is 4. So by giving something that's very tetrapod-like, like a dragon, 6 limbs, it makes it very like, woo, that's weird. It's the weirdness. Go back to King Arthur. Anyone remember that Discovery Channel documentary about finding dragon fossils? Did anybody stop them and say that they're dinosaurs? Had a sudden thought of a centaur with 2 butts. It's a centaur, but both it's a centaur, but both halves are horses, and it's both they're both the back half. No, they were dragons. They had a documentary and everything. Ah. Who was the first person to discover a dinosaur fossil? Like a full fossil. Or like a full skeleton.
You won't escape me that easily.
John Dinosaur. And how hard do you think it was for him to walk home with all the shit in his pants? You know what's happening? Where's Dolman? I'm gonna assume that's an inside joke. I like the theory that Greek mythological creatures are inspired from finding fossils of extinct creatures and misunderstanding them. Maybe. But why only Greek? It must be dragons. That must be where dragons came from. Because, like, there's just dragons in so many different cultures across the world. They probably all happened upon giant bones. Oh, dragon bones. Twitch compression does not like the cave texture. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Ah, the Greeks. Known everywhere for their yogurtness. But yogurt is one of those things that 5 different countries claim to have created, right? Like, we invented yogurt. No, we invented yogurt. More likely lizard snake scary, big lizard snake more scary. Yeah, it could be that too. I wish we could get not even like a time machine, but even just like a time viewer. You look back in time. Because I want to see the reaction of the first people who found dinosaurs. As much as I want to see the actual dinosaurs. Oh, you could see the first dinosaur and then you could go back in time further and see that dinosaur alive. I don't want to travel to the past, I just want to see it. Mammoth skulls look like cyclopses. Yeah, I have seen that. Yeah. I think that dinosaur book I mentioned a few streams back, the dinosaur book from like 2000 or whatever, I think it actually had a picture of an elephant skull in there. It wasn't talking about elephants as dinosaurs, but like it was like part of it was like something about like modern animals or whatever. And it showed a picture of it and how it looks like it could be a person with one eye and maybe tusks. Like a monster man. I want to go back and watch aliens do donuts with their spaceship in the primordial ooze. That'd be cool. I wanna see the Egyptians teach aliens how to build spaceships. I have to go there and die from a virus my body isn't ready for. Well, that's the idea with it's viewing. You're not actually going there. You're just looking at what's happening there. So, and it also eliminates any, grandfather paradox or any of that stuff. You're just watching. You can't affect the past. You can just view it. How did the aliens get here if they didn't know how to build a spaceship? Well, that's what they want you to think. But the active observation? The active observation is fine. As long as they don't know you're watching. Yeah, so you could be being watched right now by a future time spy. Time voyeurism. Would that get people to be on their best behavior? Like if we invent that technology where we can always look back into the past and see what was happening, would people behave better in private because they'd be worried somebody would be watching them? Because really, if time is infinite and it goes infinitely forward, if that technology always existed, then there's always a point in time in the future where you could be watched. Or people act worse. It's kind of like a Roko's Basilisk sort of thing. We tried that with panopticons. Yeah, but that's like actual people watching you. You know how easy it would be to solve crimes? Like, this person's been murdered. How do we figure out who it was? I don't know, look at the time machine. Oh, it was Joe. I'm not even thinking about, like, not even necessarily horrific things you'd do, but, like, if you knew that at some point in the future, like, your great-great-great-great-grandkids might be watching you, like, are you gonna... You're not gonna pick your nose as much. I guess if they can't communicate with you, it's more distant, so you can kind of just, like, pretend they can't. Yeah, like the ancestor spirits and stuff. But yeah, like, the spirits won't... They're not gonna watch you do a thing and then show up and be like, hey, stop it. Like, it'll just be like, oh, it'll be later after you die, and when you go join your spirits, then they can berate you. Like, would there be an ethical issue with that time machine thing? Like, watching people in the past? Like, how far into the past would it have to be for it not to be voyeurism and it would be research? It's like the whole grave robbing versus archaeology deal. I'm not a pervert, I'm a historian. This ground texture is so weird. It's supposed to be like... Are these lichens? What was it supposed to be? This looks like somebody spilled paint, but like a lot. There's just some sort of klutz kept coming through here with paint. And that's why none of these houses are painted, because they spilled it everywhere. Cabbage Vomit. It's a death metal band. We are Cabbage Vomit. Then it's just a cacophony of noises. All those mushrooms remind me of Avowed. You're going away from Narcissus? Yeah, I know. We're wandering. And their gimmick is that their lead singer vomits cabbage. Yeah, but then 20 years later you discover that it wasn't actually cabbage he was vomiting, it was lettuce. And then they get canceled. I can't believe you would vomit lettuce. It's disgusting. So yeah, a remote viewing time machine would be neat. I feel like it'd be very hard to get away with murder in a post-time machine world. Then you can get into difficulty where if, like the remote viewing time machine can see the future. Then you can arrest people before they commit the crime. Somebody should make a movie about that. Then they could store the memories in balls. The memories are stored in the balls. Is it a memory if it hasn't happened yet? I guess it's a memory of the vision. But runes are stored in the balls. Everything is stored in the... Okay. How many times do I have to say it? Everything is stored in the balls. Except P. Orc skeleton. I assume it's an orc skeleton. Kara Grokar. Could be an elf. Well, actually, yeah. Well, an orc. It could be a high elf. Fortify axe? Fortify medium armor. Well, my shield is broken. Skull is very Neanderthal-like. Well, his name is Kartag Grokar, so I believe he is a orc. I am dying. We're gonna die. Oh, that quick save is so far away. Shit. Oh, good. Giving Paranthropus. Aaron said Orion Bearclaw? Really? Oh, we're in the Orion tomb. glass throwing stars, but not the helm because the guy stole the helm or something. Oh no, wait. This is the this is Oraine's friend. His roommate, Kartag Grokar. That's who apparently did all the things that Oraine Bearclaw is said to have done. Cool. And these are Kartag's pauldrons. Neat. Oh, I love Tamara Rebuilt. See, what I really like is they don't... Well, there might be a quest that's at 69. There might be a quest that sends you here that refers to Oraine and all that. But, like, it doesn't feel like... It's not an Easter egg, but it's something that you can appreciate more if you have more familiarity with the game, which is really nice. I like it. Like, they don't hang a lantern on it and be like, oh, look who this is. But it's still, they lay things out. So it's like, oh yeah, Oraine, this, that, you know, so you can piece it together nicely. I like it. It's really nice. Axe skill 67. What is our blunt? Our blunt is 56. Do we want the... no. We're good. Really cool. I appreciate that I accidentally found and clowned on Akavoriok, and then got the quest afterwards, and they just gave me kudos for clapping them on my own. They just believe you. I feel like that could be a funny comedy sketch you could make, where... So every time an adventurer is given a quest to kill a guy, you have to bring back, like, their head or something. To prove that you killed them. So... this guy comes to town, and he's just got a sack full of heads. And he's just like, what the hell are you doing with all these heads? It's like, well, I don't know. Some of them might have been bandits with a bounty. I just wanted to be sure. So everybody I killed, I brought their head with me. I didn't want to kill somebody for no reason. And not get the reward. Because it makes sense if somebody sends you to kill a dude, you know, bring back evidence of his death. They're not just going to believe you. So could a Bosmer who's very strict with the Green Pact not turn in those sorts of bounties? Like, I'd like to show you that I killed him, but I ate the guy. Or do you think afterwards they give him the head and as proof and like, can I have that back? What do they do with the head? Do they keep the head? Who keeps the head? Are you gonna finish that? Well, yeah, exactly. You turn the head in, you collect your bounty. What do they do with the head? They put it on a pike? As proof? So no head. And then the Bosmer turns into ooze. You can just take the so no head video and feed it through AI. So no head. Why would they put it on a fish? I don't know. Aesthetic reasons? They put the head on a pike and the Bosmer sneaks up and eats it straight off the pike. It's like a corn dog.
What is this about?
Do the Bosmer cook their kills? Or are they supposed to eat it raw? Like, can they prepare their meals? Or do they just have to be all like to eat stuff? Do prions exist in Tess? I don't know. It is a question of whether atoms even exist in this universe. If the cosmology is to be believed. And the stars truly are holes in the cosmos. In the cosmic fabric. And the Empire takes fingerprints or bite patterns or something. Must have been so easy to get away with murder. Even 40 years ago. Anyone ever think that atoms are just microscopic solar systems? No. They used to. But that's because we're taught that the atomic model is that thing that looks like the nucleus is like the sun and all the electrons are orbiting it like planets, when that's not actually how it works. The electrons move around the nucleus more like a smear of probability. Do I like to add survival mode to Morrowind? We tried Devilish Needs, and it was interesting, but I don't know. It wore out its welcome. A quantum cloud, if you will. Yes. I'll stop with the silly shower thought comments. I just like it when you do it in your videos. Oh, you just keep them coming. It's fine. I think there are misconceptions about things that I used to have, and I was happy when I got it cleared up, so I just assumed people would also appreciate that. I'm not trying to be like, actually, but I am, actualing you. I'm not trying to be smug about it. And that coroners can tell that bodies found in water were drowned or dead before submersion based on whether or not you have diatoms from the water in your bloodstream. Interesting. Yeah, they have a lot of interesting ways of figuring out how people died. You know, more complicated physical chemistry, it goes from the electrons are here to the electrons are here-ish. Yeah. Well, we made it to Narsis. That was fun. Can I take that sword? Oh, no, I can't. That looks like a separate model. This sword going right up your ass. I thought they figured that out based on if you inhaled water. I'm guessing this is for when your lungs slowly full post-dunking. Well, it's probably if you inhaled water, some of the diatoms would get in your blood that way. That's probably the implication. Like, they can't detect if you inhaled water directly, but they can detect the results of having breathed in water. It's not too late to steal Muatra and go kill Vivek with it. Ooh, maybe. What is a diatom? I believe it is a type of plankton. And they have this shell. They have like is it a crystal shell or like a glass sort of shell? And dead diatoms. I believe there are like layers in sediment that like delineate specific geological times. But diatomaceous earth, I believe, is added to toothpaste to make it gritty. Right, what is diatom of plankton? Diatom. Not diatomaceous earth. Diatom. Yep, they're an algae. Jeez, look at these. It's a silica shell. So it's like sand. They're algae with a little sand shell. A cell wall made of silica, hydrated silicon dioxide, called a frustule. These frustules produce structural coloration, prompting them to be described as jewels of the sea and living opals. I'm sure 2 people have said that. Those are microplastics. You can't fool me. Meow. Meow. Alright, where is Muatra? Is it in the temple? Or is it in the Hlalu house? 8 Bones Temple.
I'm listening.
Each divine is a bone. Go push that grade up. Oh.
Make it quick, Outlander.
Man. Not fart. They go through the lung membranes, and since you're still alive, they get pumped through some. Oh, they get pumped through instead of just sitting in the lung tissue.
I'm listening.
That's assuming you died in the water from inhaling the water. Like you could have died in the water from like a gunshot wound, but not have breathed in any of the water. But I'm sure these are all scenarios that coroners are able to consider. Muatra.
Make it quick, Orc.
Make it quark. Yeah, it seems that the diatom thing just can tell you if somebody's drowned or not. Although, I guess... Well, yeah, there's probably ways of them telling, like, did they die in the water from drowning? Diatoms. Did they die in the water not from drowning? Different thing. And then there's probably a different way of being able to tell, like, if they were killed not in the water, but then thrown into the water. Ebony Warhammer.
What, Outlander? Why do you disturb me? I have you.
I love how chaotic and asymmetrical glass is in Morrowind. At least the glass armor. It's almost like... You ever seen videos of bismuth being crystallized and how it's very... It's ordered, but you kind of can't force it to be a certain way? It's almost like that, like they had to set it and then it just naturally crystallized in certain patterns. I mean, it so happens that every Cuirass crystallizes in the same way, but that's like a gameplay limitation. Like, there's something weirdly... Oh, it looks different when you're wearing it. No. Oh, that's interesting. It looks different on his body. Yeah, that crystal is on the left side. But when you put it on the ground, it's symmetrical. Huh. Weird. One time Columbo figured out a woman was drowned in the tub and tossed in a pool because she had soap in her lungs and no chlorine. Ah. But Columbo's not real. Alright, we take Muatra. Absorb health, absorb fatigue, silence, and damage strength. Is this TOS?
Go ahead. I'm waiting.
Keep moving.
Oh, if I put on a mask, if I put on an ordinator mask, they get mad at me. But I can be walking around with Molik Bal's dick, and he won't be mad.
No, don't eat the skin, for God's sake. You don't know where it's been.
Ah, hello. Did you want something?
Molik Bal has a barbed penis. I think you have an easier time determining what part of Molik Bal isn't barbed. To be fair.
Hail.
Can you
God
ask your
damn it.
question quickly?
The only conjurers can use my services. My services are too strong for you, adventurer. It's a D you're using as a spear. If the stories are to be believed.
What is this regarding, Orc?
What is this regarding, Orc?
Where is the Silt Strider? I cast COC Vivek. I cast Cock Vivek. Yeah, we could do that, but that's not the same. Silt Strider's in the other direction. Awesome. We did walk by it, didn't we? Yeah, we'll find it. What level do we end up at? 19. We're the perfect level to enter Battlegrounds now. We're the highest level in the bracket. It's in the foreign quarter. Damn it.
Fight well, friend.
Love these mangrove mushrooms. They're so weird. Did I cure vampirism? No. There it is. Well, I was just walking around Narcissus to enjoy the fruits of our labor, of our exploration.
Why walk when you can ride?
Noodle.
Why walk when you can ride? We make a special trip just
Shouldn't they all hate you as a vampire? We have Namira's Shroud. That makes them not know we're a vampire. Would it be faster to do? No, it wouldn't. I wouldn't have become a vampire if I didn't know about the Mirror Shroud. And not die in the
Make a
sun, yes.
special trip just for you.
It eliminates all the bad things about being a vampire without removing any of the
Where
good
would you
stuff.
like to go?
Pretty overpowered. But I don't care. But we also have 20 personality, so they hate us for different... Oh no, we have 55 personality. Never mind. But we're an orc, so... Kind of don't realize how close these places are. Do wish I had Civvy intervention. Hello. Oh, he's diseased. You can't pet the diseased ones. The mod doesn't let you pet the diseased ones. Target resisted magic. Probably for the best. No, the diseased ones need as much love as possible. They're sick. They need the pets. But what if you cure them? I don't know if you can. You should be able to cast Cure Disease and then they get cured, but that doesn't work. Damn it. Damn it. How are you supposed to get out of here, Vivek? Aha. Berserk jump. Kind of hoping something special would happen. Oh, he's silenced. I hope you're first in line to pet any rabid animals. Just because they're diseased doesn't mean he's rabid. It just means you just have you have a cold. He's just a sweet little guy. He's a bug. You can't have rabies. Bugs can't have rabies. Mammals, only mammals. I thought he normally claws at you, not punches. I don't know. Whoop. Well, we're dead. We died. Oh, I'm just so tuckered out. I just killed a god. I just killed a god with his lover's dick.